All right, ladies and gentlemen, some technical difficulties tonight before the start. That's why I was a little bit tardy. I wanted to get started at 9:02, and that just didn't happen. But I'm really delighted to be here because it's been a minute since I joined the What's Your Question. All of you great decoders around the world. On this great Saturn night, we're going to move right into Sunday, probably. My typical podcast goes 4+ hours. I'm not sure if I'm going to sit my ass in a chair for that long tonight, but we're going to have some fun on What's Your Question number 65. 65 being a permutation or the mirror of the 56. And 56, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, is the movie. So 65 is part of the movie. 65 is the hexagon and the pentagon. The 6-sided polygonal, the 5-sided polygonal, which is on a soccer ball, the most popular sport in the world. I wonder why that is. Got my sunglasses on here to remind you that you're inside of a movie. You're in a movie, ladies and gentlemen. When you see the sunglasses, that's a reminder to tell you you're in a movie. And the name of the game of the movie is to be the star. And it just so happens that today, September 2nd, is Keanu Charles Reeves' birthday. Big shout out to Keanu Charles Reeves. His birthday being on September 2nd. Lebanon, Beirut is where he's from. And we start off with the 9 of diamonds. And this is card number 35. It's interesting because, let me take these off, because 35 is the day of the year that I was born on. So if you really start to look at like how scripted my reality is, it's crazy. I was born on the 35th day of the year. This is the 35th card. This is the card tied to you're on television because this 9 of diamonds converts into the 9 of pentacles. Just get some more light here. So we get the 9 of pentacles here. Card 73, card 72, depending on if you use the Fool twice. You're on television. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while since I've been here. I really appreciate all of you joining in, supporting this work. Big shout out to all you Patreons that are supporting this great research. You know who you are. Thank you so very much for your pledges. Appreciate each and every one of you. We have some exclusive content over on the Patreon channel, which you will only find there. There's a lot of membership perks. So big shout out to you Patreons. This helps and supports this Decode Your Reality mission. Okay, so I'm really grateful, to be honest. So a lot of things have happened since I've been on here. Last time I was live, it was with Tommy Truthful and Donut and Thomas. And we did a 4-round voice of, we were talking about a lot of different topics. I hope, big shout out to Tommy Truthful. Get over and support his work. Big shout out to Donut and Thomas. Get over and support these people's work, like they're doing their thing. They bring their, nuggets to the table. And I was so grateful to join with those guys just a few weeks ago. I have a podcast coming out with my main man, Mel, who's the big man about XRP. He's a big XRP guy. Just shot that last week. And that's going to be on my Cosmic Sugar YouTube channel. That one's dealing with health and wellness because that's exactly what we were talking about. We were talking about the latest scalar wave technology that can help you heal your body. It's absolutely amazing. I was reading about this scalar wave technology by this great author, Dr. Valerie Hunt. She wrote a book, I think it came out in the 90s. I started reading maybe 20 years ago about this technology, and now it's here. And it's amazing. So there's centers popping up all around the world right now with this technology. And this is where we are moving towards the new age, the different age. We're moving into a cycle of healing, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have the ability to heal the body. This is the cycle we're moving into. So what I'm going to be showing you a sneak peek of tonight and I have this exclusively coming out on the Patreon, is a decode on the Kali Yuga, the Yugas, the 4 Yugas. What Yuga are we in? I have been nonstop studying this now for over a week. I can't get enough of it. There are many opinions on what cycle of life we're in right now. Some people say we're in the Kali Yuga. We just started it. Some say that we're out of it. And we've now moved into the Dwapara Yuga, which is the bronze electrical age. Okay? So time will tell. But that story is going to be told a little bit tonight. I'm going to show you some graphics that I created to give you kind of an insight as to perhaps how this thing's going to look. And you know what's really fascinating about this, ladies and gentlemen, is that these yugas, which trace back to Hinduism, which is the oldest known text in the world, by the way. It supersedes all of the fancy books out there that people are so gung-ho about. Supersedes them all. Nonetheless, the yugas and the way they're explained, they match up with a sine wave. That's what they do. They match up with a sine wave. And as I have said in previous decodes, our reality is thriving off of waves. Sound waves, light waves, frequency. These waves permutate through things. And we feel them. We can see them. And this is the graphic I'm going to show you on how the yugas work. I did my best rendition of it. There's going to be some tweaking of this, but you're going to get a sneak peek of that tonight. So I'm really excited to share. So stick around for that. If you could stick around for the whole thing, great. I have a lot of material to cover. We're going to go through a lot of your questions, as many as I can get to. Like I said, it's been a few weeks since I've been on here. So I'm really excited for sharing as much material as I can that I have been investigating, because I have been really deep in the trenches with a lot of notes, use a lot of notes and writing things down and really, really condensing my research down into these yugas and these cycles of life. And I got a decode coming out on the World Economic Forum. What are they all about? Klaus Schwab. I have a lot of people asking me about this, right? So I was tinkering with it. And wouldn't you know it, ladies and gentlemen, Klaus Schwab, who's currently 85 years young, opened up the Economic Forum in 1971. If you know what the 71 is, you got more keys to the kingdom. Nonetheless, his name in numerology, his full birth name, including his mother's maiden name, comes out to the number 92. How about 92? What is 92? Uranium. Uranus. It's just completely in line with moving into this electrical age, the age of Aquarius. So it seems. So what does that mean? What does that look like? Because people really look at that guy and the forum, and they just, what I see a lot of people really upset, angry, a lot of finger pointing, and I get it. I know why people do that. But nonetheless, this organization, man, they're pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. Big time proponent of cryptocurrency. So I got a decode coming out. It'll be a short one on the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab and Company. I'm going to show you the astrological map of when it was founded in 1971. Astrology tells you everything. That's why astrology and just studying the charts and figuring out how it's read is so valuable in breaking down and decoding the current affairs on the world stage. Because if you go back to 1971, you read a chart, you can see its forecast and what it's doing right now. Forget about the transits. You can see the stamp of the founding date of the World Economic Forum. You can see the stamp embedded into our reality. And the celestials, and they have their hand in all this. And then you can extend upon the archons. I've been studying a lot of archons, Gnosticism. The archons tied to the seven celestials, which, seemingly have a hand in keeping you here in this reality, not wanting to let you go. Do we ever get out of this reality? That's the big question. Question I get asked a lot. And the answer, my final answer is I don't know. I just can't give an answer. I can't give a final answer. Like, my final answer is mankind's being used. That is an answer I will give as my final answer. I have enough research to support that, but I can't give you a final answer on do we ever get out of this reality? Is there a way to get out? Because I don't know. What does it even look like past this reality? In the yugas, we're on the ascension. So it seems, if you study the yugas, we're moving back towards source energy. But it's not an overnight sensation. I was a guy who has been talking about these yugas sporadically here and there, and you probably heard me say on a few of my podcasts on your What's Your Questions that we might be moving into the golden age. And after further careful research, that's partly true. The part that is true is that I believe each age, each yuga has 4 stages to it. So the beginning of each stage is going to give you the spring, summer, fall, and winter. That's how you easily break down the yugas. So yes, when you start a new age, you move into the springtime, the golden part of it. But it doesn't mean you're going to instantly have evil, eradicated from Earth. It's a process. It's a process. It's just not a snap of fingers and it's instantly removed. So you just don't go from the dark age to the golden age. That's just not the way the yugas are transpired when you go read about them through the ancient texts in Hinduism and some of these great yogis that were talking about it. They don't style it that way. Okay? So you got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, when you're in the dark age, materialism is the ruler. Me. Scarcity and fear, that's the ruler of that reality, because you're the farthest away from source energy. So of course, when you're the farthest away from source, you're now solely focusing on you. And you can see the power in that, because the yuga, especially the dark age, is an age where it's tough, it's rough, it's tough. And trying to figure these ages out is very challenging, because if you go 100 years back from today, do you think it was harder back then than it is now? I would say that it could easily match up to right now. Do you like electricity? Do you like having a bathroom to use, a toilet to sit down and go to the bathroom? Or would you prefer a flashlight and going out and taking a dump in a hole in the backyard? Because that's 100 years ago, 150 years ago, the sanitation was way different. People didn't live as long. They didn't have the medicine to heal people back then like they do now. So if you compare now versus 100, 150 years ago, 200 years ago, when there was Vikings and when there was all these wars going on and it was the age of Aries, was that the dark age? Like in the midst of it? Or are we just starting in that process? There are some that say we're now entering the dark age. And you can obviously see the merit to that side of the story with the tyranny and, everything that's going on. So time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's really challenging to really give you a final answer on that, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to show you the map, et cetera, et cetera. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move into some of your questions. I'm going to be looking right here to the right, and I'm going to get through some of your questions here. Okay? We're going to be pulling out all the stops tonight. Got my tarot card deck, of course. I got my cards of illumination. I got my my book of solar spreads, using a lot more and more of that. Pretty awesome. A little bit of health really quickly. I wanted to share some insight on health. I just got my blood work done this past week. It's been about, 4 months since the last time I got it. Last time I got my blood work done, of course, I run the whole gamut and everything. My total cholesterol, now keep in mind, man, I'm mainly plant-based, right? My total cholesterol 4 months ago was 190. 190. You know, like the 200 or above is considered that's not good, right? Now these are averages. I don't even eat a lot of saturated fat. So like I use a lot of olive oil. Now there's obviously that whole, like, is olive oil real? Try to get the best stuff I can, but but that's my only kind of thing I was thinking, like, why my cholesterol at 190? Like I don't even eat saturated fats. I barely do partake in that stuff. Trans fats, like I barely ever, so it's really weird. But anyways, I decided to jump in and start taking some niacin. Niacin is known to make you flush when you take it. It makes your skin like a little red. It opens up the capillaries. It's known to drop your cholesterol. So the ones I was using every day, pretty much almost every day for 4 months, I was taking this brand right here. This is the one that flushes you. This is 500 milligrams per tablet. I was taking one of these a day. I would take it about 45 minutes to an hour before I go to the gym. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when I get on that stair mill and I work out, I sweat a hell of a lot more. Now, for this to work, in my opinion, you got to take this with some kind of fat. For whatever reason, when you take this with like nuts or something, it's the carrier that activates niacin. So I would take this an hour before I go to the gym. And then I also got this brand right here, which is one of my favorites. It's Life Extension. And this is a no flush niacin. It's essentially, it's an inositol. It's a form of inositol, but it doesn't make you flush. This one's 640 milligrams. I was taking one of each. Okay? One of each, ladies and gentlemen. You know what my total cholesterol was? 129. It dropped 70 freaking points. I have not changed anything major in my food regimen. It dropped 70 points for my total cholesterol. Now that is a huge health hack. If you're somebody who tinkers or borders on high cholesterol, I can't give you medical advice. I'm just giving you from experience. Like, to me, that was the only really major thing that I've been doing, and my cholesterol dropped 70 points. I was like blown away when I saw that. So I wanted to share that with all of you. Maybe that's something you want to take into consideration. Okay. I also have been, and I don't think this has anything to do with it because I haven't been using this for that long, but I got myself a molecular hydrogen machine. This is the one I got. It's obviously very small. This one is made by Hydrogen for Health. The guy that owns the company is located in Utah. His name is Steve. This is a very, very interesting unit because not only can you plug it in and breathe molecular hydrogen, but you can also open up the second valve and plug it in and you can breathe in oxygen. And this combination is called Brown's gas. So what I've been doing is it's got 3 settings on it for timers. You got to only use distilled water. I've been breathing in it as much as I can. And then when I go to bed at night, I fall asleep to it. And then I just take it off. And it's just a matter of using the this. You just put it around your nose right here. And you just sit there and breathe it in. And, the benefits of hydrogen especially is it reduces inflammation. So imagine, where are you inflamed in your body? Helps with arthritis. There's so many things that it helps with. This machine right here, I picked this one up when I went back to the US, and this one right here, this unit is $7.99. Now I was a big fan of Holy Hydrogen from Japan, but that machine cost over $2,000. And when I was doing my research, I found this machine by Steve, and I saw him do the tests, and I found out this one right here produces more hydrogen than the Holy Hydrogen machine. More. And it's a third of the cost. So I've been giving it a round of time to use it. I can't really say whether or not it's, because I've been doing so many different changes in my life, so I can't really give you any feedback as like, oh yeah, this has really helped me, et cetera, for this or that. But I believe in the technology and what it does, and you have to be consistent with it. Breathe in as much as you can. You can also make the water with it, where you just drop the tubes where you breathe it into the glass of water, and you just turn it on, and you'll see the water start to bubble, and that's creating hydrogen water to drink. Okay, so you can do that if you don't want to breathe it in. But breathing it in therapeutically, medicinally, is the best way to take in molecular hydrogen. So I know a lot of you are going to maybe want to get a machine. So later on, after I finish this broadcast, it might even be tomorrow, I'll leave Steve's link, the Hydrogen for Health. I'll leave that in the description so you can click on that. I get nothing from this. I'm just helping people out, I'm just passing this information on. Maybe it's something that you'd want to partake in. I really believe in the technology. Okay? So there's that. So I just wanted to give you those few health things here that I've been doing, amongst other things as well. One last thing, a big shout out to Ola over at Self Mastery Quest. Ola, the great Ola Wolny, she's a metaphysician as well. She's located up in the Arctic, up in Norway. And her and I just finished our Let's Talk About Exiting the Matrix Part 2. That is exclusively on my Patreon right now. We're going to have a Part 3. We went over 3 hours. Then the material that we went over I thought it was amazing material. What her and I got to talk about. We went and bantered back and forth. It was a good flow of energy. And it was pretty amazing. She's got a trip. She doesn't like calling it a retreat. She's got a get-together coming up in Norway in November where you can go there and watch the Northern Lights. And it's completely inclusive, all-inclusive except for airfare, but the lodging and food and the tour guides and all that. She's got a trip coming up in November. I know it's kind of short minutes. And then her and I have talked about doing a trip together next summer in June. I'm not a cold guy, so my goal is to get up there in Norway for next June. So this will be first come, first serve. I don't even know the whole logistics of it, but I do know that I'm going to do my damnedest to get up there in June of next year. So stay tuned for that. We'll probably put some marketing material out for that. If you're somebody who, you like to travel, you want to get up there and maybe see that part of the world. There's leprechauns up there. Seriously, that's what she says. And that's what I want to see. I want to see some leprechauns. So anyway, that's another big shout out. Big shout out to Ola and her website, selfmasteryquest.com. She does readings. So if you fancy female, you want a different kind of spin of things, she also does readings. She does Babylonian astrology, just like I do. She has her own kind of way of doing things. I know she's probably booked out for a couple of months, but if you like how she rolls, you can maybe, if you get fortunate enough, you can book a reading with her in the near future. So, all right. So let's get to some of your questions. This is What's Your Question? So, Kirk is asking, is that gas explosive? Well, it says right on the machine not to put any flame near it because oxygen is escaping. So, yeah, it's flammable. So you definitely don't want to mess around with that if you're going to use the Brown's gas formulation, turning on the oxygen at the same time. But I will, Debbie Kennedy, yes, I will put the link in the description in the machine in this podcast when I finish. I'm not going to do it now because I didn't have it ready. Yeah, so this machine right here, I'll even find the video of, see, the reason why I went with this one, I'm just going to be honest with you, is because Steve did a test on the other machines and they just didn't hold up to the claims of the output of the hydrogen. So I asked him to do, obviously, hey, can you do one on this machine? And he did, and I looked at the flow meter and it was true to form. And that's the reason why I went with this one. And it's very small. And it's a third of the price. You know, everybody likes to get a good deal. So not that the Holy Hydrogen machine's not good. It's just, to me, it just doesn't produce as much hydrogen as this one. And the more hydrogen you can get, obviously, the better it's going to be for health reasons. So I'll be sure to find the video of him testing this machine with a flow meter so you can see that it does produce his claim on the machine is 150 milliliters per minute. When he tested it was 190. So it's above the 150 that it claims. Okay. Sunflower substitute. I'm a huge olive oil fan. I love the taste of it. Sunflower oil just doesn't have a taste to it. I like the taste of olive oil. I know that, you know, like I try to get the brands that I know are not diluted with garbage. But again, you know, like you never can tell, right? Especially in this day and age. King of Light, what's up, man? When do I think the next Black Swan event will be? I couldn't tell you. I mean, it's been quiet. You know, we're moving into harvest season. This is the moment we've been kind of waiting for. As a decoder, as somebody that's an observer of the ancient, you know, systems, this is the season that we take notice of. We've been talking about this for a long time. Jordan and I did a big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above. Him and I did a podcast on Let's Talk About the Collapse. And it was pointing towards this time frame. I don't know what that's going to look like, folks. And, you know, I don't pay attention to the mainstream. I get it secondary from people. I'm not interested. I don't want to pay attention to it. It's just depressing garbage. And then people say, don't you want to know what's going on? I'm going to find out anyway. I'd rather live in the ignorance in a certain way because it's more blissful. I get to create in a blissful state versus something knocking on my mind telling me, well, what if you don't do this or what if you don't do that or, you know, like da-da-da. Like, I'm not interested in living my life that way. My life has gotten better because I don't pay attention to the mainstream. And it's just, you know, like where is the majority of people's mindsets? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can show you the analytics to my channel. And I will tell you this. You know what the top video is of analytics in my video catalog for the past 5 downloads? Barbie. Barbie is more important than the Akashic Records. Trump, the scripted surrender, is more important than Akashic Records and DNA. And That's what people would rather look into. That's why I know mainstream, people are still stuck and they get sucked into mainstream. And it's a habit. Once you figure out that it's scripted and it's just it's a movie, it's a show. You're like, I'm like, what else is on? It's just a show, ladies and gentlemen. Even what happened over in Hawaii, I'm not belittling and people that died, and I get it. It's all part of the movie. It's all part of the show. I mean, if you're somebody who actually is in these areas, my heart goes out to you. If you're faced with these challenges, we're all faced with challenges. Even if nothing's going on in your life, you're still faced with challenges. When you tack on the mainstream, you now have added on challenges to your life. Because now you're overthinking reality like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen, how this is going to happen. I wonder who's going to do this. Like if you're still somebody who, this is just my opinion now, right? Like this is strictly my opinion. But if you're still somebody wondering who's going to be selected for the next president, what are you doing? Why are you even thinking? Who gives a shit? Then you say, oh, just, for fun. No, come on, really. What does it matter who gets selected? It's all scripted anyway. It's like boring once you know that it's all scripted. John Bryant says, I guess it's going to be a show when the government kicks down your door. How do you know that? Why would you say that? You make that statement, and I get it, man. This is your opinion. This is your show. You're the star of the movie. I'm just an extra in your movie. But when you say a statement like that, that means it's in your thought process. So like if you continually think about they're going to kick my door and they're going to kick my door and someday they're going to kick my door in, maybe you're making it happen. There is that slight chance that you actually have a hand in making that happen, number one. Number two, if you just forget about that and the door gets kicked in, at least the weeks of non-worry have a payoff. So would you rather worry for months on end whether your door's going to get kicked in, or live a merry life? And if your door gets kicked in, well, at least you had weeks or months of having a merry life with no resistance in your mind. At least you got that. That's a much better payoff. And again, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying you're wrong, John Bryant. You're entitled to your opinion. I respect that. I don't live my life like that. People ask me like, what would you do? Well, that's what I would do. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the mainstream is an archetype, and the mainstream's job is to get your energy. That's what its job is. Like a church. What's the job of the church? To get your tithing, to get your 10%, to keep it going, get a pay, right? Okay, I get that. That's cool. But its job is to get you a member of the church. And then when you become a member of the church, they would think you have now adopted their principles. And now you're part of their organization. And now you start to believe in what they believe in. What is it you want to believe in? So everything in this reality thrives off of one thing and one thing only, and that's called marketing. Marketing is everywhere. That's what this entire reality is thriving off of. It's thriving off of marketing to you. Next time you open up your social media page, you're going to see a ton of things that are being thrown in your face to market to you. Buy this sunglasses, buy this dog leash, buy this, buy that. Sign up for this, take this course. Aliens are coming. I mean, you'll see what you're being marketed for. That's what your mind is being flooded with, all this marketing. Everything wants your attention. Everything wants acknowledgement in this reality. Yeah, right now I have on the, I don't know if you can see it, but this is the vintage human shirt. Let me see if I can, if you want to support, a lot of people have asked me, this right here off my Cosmic Sugar website, cosmicsugar.store. You can pick up this. This is my kind of my creation here. And these are all great t-shirts. They're all good quality. $21, not expensive. But this is the one I'm wearing right here. If you want to pick this one up. Okay. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, here's a challenge to you. Can you go just a week without entertaining the mainstream? I see the things people send me, right? And I get it. And this is not me judging. I'm an observer. I'm a fan of life. And I see what people send me. And then I realize what they're paying attention to. And they're feeding that. That's what they're feeding. And they're part of keeping it alive. And when they send me something, you know, when they send me something and they want me to decode it, and you know, like I'm not immune to this because anything I decode, I give it energy. So it's kind of unavoidable, right? Like when I did the scripted surrender, who do you think got the energy? So it's really unavoidable, but how much time do I spend on that kind of stuff? My decoding efforts have been way more esoteric. Going as far back as I can go. Or the mechanics of the body, the biology of the body, how it works, how we end up, you know, operating in this reality. So essentially something's going to get your energy. But as I have suggested to all of you, you know, are you sure you want to give your energy to the mainstream? Are you sure that's what you want to do? Myself and so many other people, I've heard a lot of, like, they're not even testimonials, just people with feedback. Their lives got so much better when they stopped giving their energy to the mainstream. Like, I didn't even know there was a hurricane that hit Florida. Someone had to tell me. I don't even pay attention to the damn weather. Even here in Mexico, like, it's pretty consistent with the weather, but I don't really pay attention to looking up anything. And as a result, the reward I get from that is a much more blissful life. And then now I'm in the habit of when I do see mainstream stuff, I'm neutral to it. Because I know it's an archetype, and as an archetype, the job of the archetype is to collect prana, to collect energy, to harvest energy. It's a machine. So if you don't like the machine, yet you continually pay attention to it and share the news with your friends, you're your own worst enemy because you're actually feeding that machine. And that's not my opinion. That's Magic 101, ladies and gentlemen. You may not like to hear those mechanics, but that's how it works. Oh yeah, I can. I do have some news as well. I got an email from this guy. His name's Greg Reese, and he invited me to come on his show and do a podcast. And I didn't recognize the name. And then when I clicked on his link to look at his videos, and I heard his voice, I remembered who he was, and he's like he was one of the, I don't know if he's, how big of a role he has, but if he still is, I didn't even ask him, but he was one of the main guys over at InfoWars and Alex Jones. And I got to talk to him, and the guy's super smart. I really like him. And he gets it. Like, we had some short conversations. This guy gets this reality now. He gets it. He gets it. So I'm really looking forward to that. We have it scheduled for, I don't know if it's this month. It's going to be on his channel though. So I'll be sure to share that with you. When the hell do we have this? Sometime this month. Okay, the 7th. Next Thursday is when we're actually doing it. It's not going to be live, I don't think. I don't know how long we're going to go for, but he wants to kind of talk about, my thoughts on, the Decode Your Reality and all the things we've been all of us, all the great research, all of us have been doing. It's going to be compiled into this podcast. So that'll be cool. I totally forgot about that, but Raji says, most people get into these subjects to make it in the mainstream, so it's slightly hypocritical to knock the mainstream. I'm not knocking the mainstream. I'm simply giving you an analogy to think about on how archetypes work and how the mainstream works and what happens when you give it your energy. You see, if you can look at Klaus Schwab and not get angry at him and just look at him like he's an actor. Like, do you get mad at Clint Eastwood when you watch the movie? Like, if you think of Clint Eastwood right now, does he piss you off? When you think of Tom Cruise, does he irritate the hell out of you? Do these actors or actresses, do they make you angry? Margot Robbie, does she like piss you off? See, if things make you angry or if they get your emotional response, you're feeding it. That's straight magic 101. I learned this through the whole spectrum of Hollywood. I have a really good friend of mine. He's an actor. That's what he does. And we had a conversation one day, and he said, the job of an actor or actress is to get you what makes a good one, what makes a good actor or actress in Hollywood is for you either to like them or hate them as a character. If they get you to do that, that is a win in acting. So you move those same parameters, you move them into the mainstream because mainstream is a movie. It's no different than you turning on a show on Netflix or a show on Amazon Prime or going to the movies and paying your ticket to go sit in a movie theater. There is no difference between the two. Politics and the church and the movies, they're all the same thing. So like, can you look at Joel, like when I say Joel Osteen, what do you think about that guy? Does he make you angry? Do you get bitter about it? Do you look at him and say, oh, he's a thief, or he's not a good guy, or he's trying to screw you over, or what? How do you look at that guy? I just see a dude doing his job. I used to think differently back in the day. Now I just see somebody who is very accelerated at their position. I mean, the guy fills the house every weekend. How good is he doing his job? Amazing. But I'm neutral at looking at that because I realize it's just no different than a lion chasing after a gazelle. It's doing its job. A shark chasing after a fish. Do you get mad at the animal? No, it's an archetype. Someone trying to sell you something. And there's a lot of people that are buying. That's totally fine. If that's what they want to buy. It's like, do you get mad at somebody when they go buy a certain car and it's not the car brand you have? I mean, what level are you at in life? You know, you go out and buy a Lexus. You're a Lexus fan. You buy a brand new Lexus. And then your best friend goes out and they drive in your driveway and they got a Mazda. I mean, do you go out there and do you criticize your friend because they bought a Mazda and not a Lexus? Do you say, oh, you got a shit box. Oh, that car's a piece of crap. That thing's nothing compared to my Lexus. I mean, is that the level of mindset that you're at? Looking down on somebody because they got a Mazda and you got a Lexus in your driveway. That's no different than looking at somebody who worships, Allah in Islam, or who worships the Yod in Judaism. There isn't any difference. Or somebody who likes to be a Democrat, and then somebody likes to be a Republican, or someone who likes the Cowboys and someone who likes the Giants. And you're fighting it out on who's got the better team, who's got the better, side here, Republican, like who's got the better one? Who cares? That's how ridiculous this whole reality is. People fighting over the dumbest things. I don't get it. I used to be one of those people. And now I can't figure it out. Like why? And like studying the yugas, I can see it now, because in the Kali Yuga, in the Dark Age, in kind of where we're at, the remnants of that, what thrives in this reality is me. It's me. It's I. It's me. I'm right. I'm this. I'm that. And I get it because everybody's right. So there's this competition of like, I got it right. You don't have it right. Okay, fine. The way to win, if there is a way to win, at least to have the most pleasurable experiences, you got your beliefs, I got mine. Let's go have some dinner. But no, man, it's nitty gritty now. It's like you bought a Mazda? What are you, an idiot? Dude, you bought a freaking Mazda. I got a Lexus. I mean, is that really where people's minds are at these days? Yeah, you bet your bottom dollar that's what people's minds are at these days. What about you? Are you at that mindset? I mean, I see some of these people posting, calling people sheep, and then like you were once one of those people before too, and you're sitting here criticizing people. It's just amazing. That's not how you win the game. That's not how you level up, folks. By criticizing people because they don't believe what you believe. I'm just as guilty because this is a challenge of mine. Getting better at it, like not responding to comments. You're seeing less and less of them. They're not going to respond. Not interested. You can say whatever you want. It's your opinion. Great. You're entitled to it. And ladies and gentlemen, when I do a reading for somebody, one of the things I say to everybody, I tell people that I say this and it sounds very, very egoic. I say that what if the only reason why this reality exists is because you're plugged into it? Like when you go outside your door to go to work and you get in your car and you're driving to work, how do you know that the things that are around you that you see are in your reality because you're plugged into it? Like that whole, if a tree falls down in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a noise? Well, it makes a wave when the tree lands on the ground, but if there's no ear for the wave to go into, there's no sound to communicate. There's not an extension of that. There's not an ending point. The wave just dissipates. So you're plugged into this reality and you are the reality itself. This is why in Hinduism and a lot of the Buddhisms it says you are God. You are the complete manifestation of God. You're God experiencing its own reality. So when I do readings for people, I tell them, I mean, there's nobody's chart that I could ever compare to somebody else's chart. When I do chart readings and I look at them, I can see how special people are. I can see like, damn, do you even realize what you got here? Do you even realize the freaking talents you have? And some people say, you know, like, I know they don't see it, or maybe they just don't believe it. But why do these things happen when you look at someone's chart and you see how powerful they are? Because we have a hell of a lot of programming from our past. You know, if you look at your mom, whoever raised you, your mom, your dad, your uncles, your grandmother, grandfather, whoever raised you, if you look at their charts and their blueprint and their cards of illumination and their tarot and their numerology and their human design, it is not going to look anything like yours. So now what you have is you have code that they put on you and told you, don't do this, don't do that. You should go definitely do this. Oh, you got to do it this way and you got to do it that way. Well, but it's not your code. So now you have this code on top of your code, and now it's there's this conflict going on. So the value of studying yourself and decoding yourself allows you to look at your true raw code. And then you got to be in the moment, the now moment, to see how you respond. It's all about reaction. The Stargate, the astrological wheel, and the celestials. This is all about a reaction-based reality. And how much of a reaction do you give off? When somebody pokes you, are you somebody who instantly reacts? You know, if you're somebody who's got Mars in Aries, mentioned this with Ola on our Let's Talk About Exiting the Matrix Part 2. If you got Mars in Aries, you know, that's a fire and fire. I mean, that's war and fire. So you're going to be somebody who's prone to reacting very quickly, very bam, you know, knowing that consciously is of value, because then when you have circumstances come your way and you are prone to react a certain way, when you can step back and non-react to these situations, that is a way to win or have an activation upgrade, because now you're not under the guise of this Mars and Aries energy. And it takes practice, because we're in the habit of conforming to our old ways. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, we were all born during the Kali Yuga, so it seems. You're born in an arena of materialism. You're born in an energy that is fear-based beyond anything else. It's based on fear. The major energy of the Kali Yuga, which is the farthest away from source, is a fear-ruled energy. That's your foundation. Everybody's foundation is a fear-ruled energy. And the programming that comes with that. So when you study your code and you start to see how this energy lines up for you, and you study it and you study it and you study it, and then you have circumstances come your way, you can easily just take a step back and just be more of an observer instead of engaging based on a habitual reaction into this reality. And it's so amazing when you can do that. But you got to do the work, ladies and gentlemen. There's no red carpet, there's no silver spoon, and there's no marshmallow bridge or skittle bridge to get there. You got to do the work, and it's grinding. It's grueling. There's what's called baptisms of fire. Dark nights of the soul. When you have one of these are times to rejoice when you finish them, because you get through them. And when you get through, there's obviously an opportunity to level up. A lot of you have done and partaken in the frog medicine, ayahuasca, psilocybin, whatever your pleasure is. You come out the other end. A lot of you come out the other end of ceremony and you have an awakening. How long does that awakening last? Some people don't allow it to last, meaning they go through this awakening and then after maybe 3 months, they go back to their old patterns again. Why? Because the old patterns have dominance. The old patterns have precedence because you have more practice at doing the old habits. The new thing that you like, the shiny new toy, there's just not enough there to grasp because you feel something lost. Even though the old ways about you are not what you want to do, you feel somewhat lost with this new structure. So I see some people, they go to do these ceremonies and that's what ends up happening. That is why practice. Be consciously aware in your moments as much as you possibly can. This is why I'm a fan of minimalism. I know not everybody can practice minimalism, but I'm a fan of it because when you have a minimalistic lifestyle, you have less resistance in your life. You have less tendencies to go towards something and something completely catch you off guard where you're not paying attention to the now moment. Like I'll give you an example. Are you somebody that walks outside and you pay attention to where you're walking? Do you wake up in a state of gratitude? Is that one of your habits? Do you give thanks to your shower head after your long hot shower? Do you give thanks to your teeth after you brush them for chewing that food all those years? When a friend tips you off on something, do you tell them that you're super grateful for getting that tip? Even the things that happen to you that you don't like, the things that teach you really the big lessons, are you grateful for them? Or do you just curse them and get angry? Which is it going to be for you as a human being? And that's why it's very challenging to be in the now moment, because for a lot of you, you have a very busy lifestyle. I get it. So for me, again, like a lot of people ask me, like, well, what lifestyle do you live? How do you do? Minimalistic. Why? Because I've lived the very busybody lifestyle, and am I going to be a minimalist for the rest of my life? I don't know. But you know what being a minimalist has given me? A lot of time to research, to take a step back and learn about myself, to learn about people, to learn about how this reality functions and how it operates. And when you know how it operates and when you can see how you operate, you have a better chance of being non-reactive to the circumstances that come your way in real life situations. You have a better chance of being non-reactive. And I personally feel that is the way to have a DNA activation upgrade, if there is such a thing. So if you want to fast track the situation. Like I could ask any of you here the question, if I could show you a way to fast track the situation to whatever it is that you want in your life, would you be interested? I'd bet 100% of you would say, yes, I'm interested in learning the way to fast track it. Like if I asked you, are you interested in me showing you how to fast track becoming wealthy? Would you be interested in that? Or being financially free? I bet all of you would say yes. Not wealthy, just financially free. If you could fast track it. If I could show you a way to fast track your health to become the healthiest you could be, would you be interested in taking a look at that? Of course you would be. Because we're in the habit of we want things now. I want it now. It's like everybody feels like this is the life is a scratch ticket. I scratch it off, give it to me now. I work my days, give me my paycheck. It's like you have a reward, and we're so used to this instant payoff situation. That's not how life works. But people behave that way. All right. Looking at your comments. So Rodney says you can't make people realize truth. That's right. Well, the thing is that why would you want to make anybody do anything? See, that human beings are in the habit of forcing their ideas upon other people, upon other human beings. We're all in the habit of doing that. No one here is immune to this, by the way. This is why being consciously aware of what you're doing in your reality at every given moment that you can allows you and gives you an opportunity to level up. Because human beings are in the habit of forcing their ideas upon other people. Oh my God, you're going to do what? Oh my God, you're an idiot. You're going to go take that? You're a dumbass. That's what human beings are conditioned to be doing these days. So, I mean, are you one of those people? Or are you live and let live? What does that mean? It's simply you go do you, I go do me. I don't care what you do. I don't care what cousin Tony does. Now, if someone calls you on the phone, you got a family member and they want to talk about what cousin Tony's doing, right? What do you do? What does your conversation look like? How about, I don't care what cousin Tony's doing. That's cousin Tony's life. I don't care. I don't wake up. I don't pay his bills. He doesn't pay his mine. My opinions don't pay his bills. I don't have to live in his shoes. Even if you got a tight family member, someone close to you, they don't have to do what you're doing in life. And if they don't, you should be totally cool with that. I know some of you say, oh, it's family though. It's blood. We got to take care of family. So are you going to force your ideas upon your family because you think you got it right and they get it wrong? How's that working out? The way to help the world is to go be the best version of yourself you can be. That's how you win the game. If you want to help the world, go be the best version of yourself. And stop projecting your version on how you think that everybody else should be doing it. Those are the requisites. That's how you build a utopian society. You go be the utopia. Like Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. Pfft, so prophetic. Well, you don't go and try to force your ideas upon people. That's not good. That's not the change that I know all of you here are looking to do. Just go be merry and go do you. That's it. And be an observer of life and watch people. And then when you see people doing things that you are not doing and you used to do them, you should be grateful you're not in those positions anymore. It should give you gratitude. Your switch of gratitude should get flicked on right away by looking at people that are doing the things you used to do 20 years ago. We are having an influx of DNA activation upgrades right now. And where you're at right now with your mindset, because you're here on this channel, I would imagine like you're getting your upgrades, right? Let's just go back 30 years. I'm going to go all the way back to 1973 when I was born. 1980, 1985, I was going, a kid growing up. What would have happened if you take all this craziness that has been going on since 2000 and 20, and you bring it all the way back 30 years ago? What do you think people would have been doing back then? They would have been lining up. People would have been lining up to go do that thing that everybody's so against now. Because the consciousness was way different back then. At one point in your life, ladies and gentlemen, you were a sheep. Why are you calling people sheep? Are you that much better than these people? When you were once one, maybe not just 5 years ago, but now you're such a badass because now you have all the knowledge and you're so awake. So now that gives you the authority, that gives you the right to sit here and start pointing fingers, judging people, because now you're not a sheep. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, there's always somebody higher than you looking down at you that could easily say the same thing. This person's a moron. So just because you may be a level above or a gradient above some of these other people doesn't mean that you're better than these people, because you were once in that position before as well. All of you, you go back 20 years, you were in the same position. So when you look at these people that are in those positions and you realize, you have some compassion because they're not where you're at. You should have compassion and gratefulness that you're not in that position anymore because you've moved up in gradient. You've moved up in life. This is how you make change in the world instead of looking at those people and what an idiot, oh my God, what a moron. That's not how you create a utopia, folks. That is not the way to fast track this reality and leveling up. That's just not the way it works. Ladies and gentlemen, the people that you consider asleep or a sheep or they're this or they're that, you were once in that position. And then if those people weren't around, you wouldn't have a job to do. If everybody was at your level, if everybody was doing exactly what you're doing right now, because you got it all figured out, I know. Some of you think I got it all figured out. If everybody was at the same exact moment in time and everybody was on the same mindset, man, this reality wouldn't exist. There has to be some kind of resistance, to make this thing move. So just remember, there's always a layer above you. There's always room. There's always somebody that's more insightful than you, someone that is always smarter than you, someone that has more things figured out than you, someone who could easily put you in your chair, put you down where you're like way down on the ladder. So it's time to make the changes in life, folks. Stop pointing the finger. And again, realize, and this is my truth, you're inside of a damn movie. And the movie is in the Kali Yuga. It's a dark age movie. So what do you think is going to happen in a dark age movie? Dark age things. We live in a cyclical pattern of reality. So all you got to do is look at how the human being experience works. Everybody here starts off as a baby. And the baby represents the golden age. Unblemished, untouched. Beauty, love, smiles. Everything's working in the body if you're a healthy baby. No blockages, no parasites, no bacteria. But then within a matter of time, quickly, you start to have invaders hit the body, coming after you to take you down. And you move through time, and you eventually face death. And when you get to death, ladies and gentlemen, you are in the dark age of your life. That's how the yugas work. They work exactly like the body does, just like all of us as a human being. Baby, teenager, adult, senior citizen, death. That's how these cycles of life work for all of us. So during the Kali Yuga, during the Dark Age, what are some of the advantages that we can do as human beings in the dark? Because it's not all doom and gloom. Well, you're in winter time, so you're in contraction. You're in going inward. That's why there's a lot of people doing a lot of studies on things. Because you're flowing with the energy of the Dark Age. You want to consume the energy because the energy that you're consuming is allowing you to have the leveling up of the DNA activation upgrades to move into the next stage. So it's not just doom and gloom, folks. But are you spending your time trying to fight the system? Or are you spending your time figuring out your reality and how it works? Which one has more utility? Which one has more value? I'm not here to tell you how to run your life. I can see how people's responsibilities are all different. I see people, they incarnate, they have positions to do. That's their job. Some people don't want to incarnate to be the good character. You got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, not everybody incarnates to be the good character. Remember, you're talking about a foundation of dark age energy. All these people being born into the dark age, what do you think the foundation is? What are you under the guise of? Dark age foundation. So what you're going to see a lot of? Dark age foundations. That's what you're going to see a lot of. And that's why you get the craziness and everything goes and there's no rules and regulations and there's lunatics and there's this and because you're down at the bottom of the barrel. They say mob rules. Yeah, because you're down farthest away from source energy. You're at the death stage of the body. When somebody is almost ready to die and they have a whole bunch of health conditions and health complications and they got this going on and that going on and the body's starting to break down and nothing's working and now everything's starting to go back and forth, this affecting this and that's affecting that. You're ready to die, folks. Nothing's working right. Because you're ready to pass on. The body's ready to give up. You're in the Yuga, you're in the Kali Yuga stage of your cycle of life. And then the resurrection, which I talked about, Ola and I talked about this in our Let's Talk About Exiting the Matrix Part 2 and Part 3. The resurrection is being resurrected from the dark age where you now can start to see, okay, it's time to go back to source energy. And now everything that you've taken as utility in the dark age, like going inward and studying all this secret material, and you're starting to see that this is a movie, and you're starting to see these are all actors and actresses, and you're starting to see how important your value is on the world stage. You take all this stuff and you start to ascend. You start to move and use it as utility. The holdback is when people are still stuck in complaining, bitching, moaning, and groaning, and it's them, it's they, it's their fault, they're doing this to me, it's their fault, they're this and they're that. You continually just give all your precious energy away. So you're either going to work with the ascension process or you're going to stay down in the Yuga and you're just going to play your part down in hell, so to speak, because you're the farthest away from source energy. This stuff's going to happen. You're going to see a lot of there's people that die, collateral damage. All that stuff's part of the Yuga, Kali Yuga, the dark age down at the bottom. That's what comes with it. What comes with being somebody who's ready to die? You fall down, people fall down, they're 80, 85 years old, they fall down, they break a hip. If you're 20 or 25 and you fall down, you're gonna break that hip? Probably not, because you're not in the death stage. So the likelihood of you falling down as a senior citizen, almost ready to die, and breaking a hip or breaking a leg bone or something is a lot higher than somebody who's in their prime, in their spring or summertime. That's exactly how these ages and cycles of life work. Knowing this is so valuable because you can make your preparations on how you want to perceive this reality and how your reactions are. Let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, really quickly, let me show you this Yuga right here. Just get my cursor. Whoops. Okay. So I got this coming out, folks, and this one's the humdinger, man, because this represents how our reality works. Okay, so it's going to be coming out on my Patreon. Big shout out to all you that's, subscribe. Appreciate each and every one of you. But here's a graphic that really talks about how I feel this works. Now, is this absolute? Well, this is how my mind's working right now. This is where my current level of understanding is on how these yugas work. Okay, and this line right here is the sine wave. So you can get into the golden ratio, you can get into the Fibonacci sequence, you can get into pi, you can get into these mathematical expressions. So up here is called the Satya, the golden age, and it's the biggest. It lasts 96, and these are averages, I'm not saying these are absolutes. The golden age lasts approximately 9,600 years. There's two parts to it. There's a descending, where you start at the top, And now you're with the absolute. You're one with God here. And then you start to go down. You're a baby right here. Just place yourself as a bouncing baby. You come out into this world and now you're 0. Your age is 0. You're right here. Okay, healthy baby. And then you start to move towards your birthday 1, birthday 2, birthday 3, birthday 4, and so on and so forth. And now you're on the descending part because you're going to die one day. And you come down, and I feel like these yugas all have 4 stages to them. They have a spring, summer, fall, and winter stage to them. So this would be springtime. This would be summertime. This would be fall time. This would be winter time of the descending golden age. And when you come down and then you finally hit this area right here, you move into the golden age of the silver age, which is 1 stage away from source energy. And now you have 4 stages of this. This one lasts 7,800 years. And then you start heading down and then you hit the golden age of the Dwapara descending, the bronze age. Whoops. And you got 4 stages here, and then you finally hit the bottom. You're in the bottom. You're in the cellar. You're in the basement. You're in the Kali, and you hit. It's got 2 parts to it. It's got a descending, coming all the way down, and then you hit 0 point Kali, and now you're on the upswing. Now you're on the Kali ascending. So there's 2 parts to the Kali, according to the yugas and according to a lot of the yogis I've been studying. And a lot of these yogis are saying that we are here now. Now, I can't say this is absolute, and I would never say that, because you could obviously philosophize many different ways as we're still down here in the Kali Yuga. We got a ways to go. That is possible. Now, obviously, if you're going to take the good news would be, well, you're out of the Kali Yuga. You're in the Dwapara stage. Well, now you're on the ascent. You're going back to source. But it's not instant. There's a process. And you go through the 4 stages of the bronze. And this is what's considered the electrical age, which matches up to the age of Aquarius. So down here would be Pisces and Aries. Okay? Pisces and Aries. A lot of killing, the wars. A lot of people fighting over religion. So remember, the religions that were built down here have a foundation of darkness. That's why the Old Testament had a bunch of killing in it. That's why the God says, I'm a jealous God. Why would God be jealous? You think the God that's up here in the Golden Age would have any jealousy in it? No, because there's no jealousy up here in the Golden Age. So as we move through the Kali and we move into the Bronze Age, we become more enlightened. You're now moving back towards source. And this takes a long time. This is not just a few years here. This is thousands of years to ascend back to the Golden Age. And essentially what you're doing to get back here is you're moving back towards the center. You're the closest, and you can always bring in the binary of Sirius in here. You know, in Hinduism, the belly button of the center of the Milky Way is Vishnu's belly button. And now when you're here, you're the closest to source that you can possibly be. And in this age right here, ladies and gentlemen, you can manifest anything you want instantly. You're not speaking, you're using telekinetic powers. Everything that, you know, like all the fancy things that you think about of what the Golden Age would be about, it's not happening down here. Because down here, it's matter. This is spirit. Spirit descends down into matter, and we become the lifeblood of matter. And what rules down here? Matter does. Money. Me. Myself. It's I. I got 20 houses. I got 15,000 properties. That's totally fine if you have that, but that's the ruler of down here. Materialism. Matter. Density. Density rules down here. The mob rules down here. Power rules down here. How much you got? What do you own? That's what matters down here. Okay? And that's the actual axis of going down and then up. Now, when you look at it from the seasons, seemingly, folks, we have been in this cycle right here. We have been in wintertime. Wintertime is a stage of death. Wintertime represents you ready to die, your body being ready to die and leave the physicalness of this reality. And you just don't go, right up to the golden age. Like the golden age would be classically representing springtime and summertime. But you don't just go right to that. But there are stages to it. So essentially it's a contradiction. You do, because each age has a 4-stage process. As I go back here, each one of them has a 4-stage process, I feel. So you have spring, summer, fall, winter. And the golden age is now dying. And you move into now the golden age, the springtime of silver age. Summer, fall, winter. Okay? That's how I feel this works. And you can easily look at your life here as a human being with the yugas. And ladies and gentlemen, if you can get this, man, this is the key. Where are you at in the scheme of the 4 layers of reality? Right here, this is where you start off. A beautiful bouncing baby. Nothing's wrong with you if you were born healthy. And then this is 0 to 20. And then you go into your summertime. Now it's time to party. Now it's time to get out there and drink all weekend and go do it again the next weekend and go party it up and have fun. This is 20 to 40. This is your summertime. Right here. What do you do during summertime? You party. Okay? What do you do during the spring? What happens during the springtime? You're just still trying to figure it out as a baby. And then after summertime's over, around age 40, 41, you now move into being more serious. Now you're in the harvest season. Now you're here. What happens in the harvest? It's time to pick. It's time to pick the fruits of the labor. It's time to open your business. It's time to get serious. You want to buy a house. You want to have a family. You're in your fall season. This is 40 to 60. These are averages. And then you finally get into your last stage of life as a human being. The average lifespan, 80 years old, give or take. You now are in wintertime. The body hurts. You lose weight. Your bone density goes down. Your hair turns gray. You have health problems. You look at, and now your chance to observe life is much different. Because here you're partying. Here you're creating business, you're focusing on your family, and then here retirement is where you now start to go back to being a baby again. You're observing reality and what matters most to you. What's the most important things for you to do here in the wintertime? This is exactly how it is with these yugas. Okay? Seemingly, if we're still here, what are you valuing? Are you behaving like this? All of us are living through this cycle of death right now. Even if you're not at a cycle of death or a senior citizen. Even if you're not in your winter stage, where are you at in the scheme of things with your age? I'm here. I'm 50. I'm going to be 51 in February. I'm in my harvest season. I'm here in my life. Where are you at? I would imagine the majority of you are going to be either in your summertime, your fall time, or your winter time through the ages. And this is what it looks like right here. So where are you at in the scheme of things? Where with your age, where you have 0 to 20 springtime, you're a baby, and then you're a young adult, and then your time to party, 20 to 40. It's time to have fun, screw around, not be responsible. And then you move into your fall time, and now it's time to collect your money and build your businesses and buy your cars and build your families and all that, because you got to prepare for the last and final stage, and that's your winter stage. Retirement, collecting your 401k, collecting Social Security, living off of your retirement, leaving money for your children, for your offspring. This is how the yugas work, folks. This is how life works. This is how the cycle of life works through the ages of astrology. This is how it works. This is how I feel it works. Now, this is the best representation I can come up with. And I wanted to share that with all of you. And that's kind of the sneak peek of the yugas. Okay? So I hope that helps you a little bit to have some kind of relief as to how this reality works, and to give you an option moving forward with your consciousness on where you want to stack up in this reality, because it's you against you in this reality. That's it. There's no competition. It's just you. You know, Scott Duffy, look in the mirror. That's your competition. It's you against you. It's not you against your neighbor. It's not you against Joe Biden. It's not you against Trump. It's not you against this. It's not you against, it's you against you. That's it. The only reason why you get held back in life is because you are programmed to do so. You are habitually programmed to hold yourself back, knowing that you were born in the dark age. That's what it seems like it is. You're born in the dark age, or at least coming out of that. What do you think you're born under? You're born under tyranny. You're born under rules and regulations. You're born under craziness. You know, ladies and gentlemen, you never got an option or a choice to pick on how you want to live your life. You realize that? Like, here's the thing I would ask you to consider. Don't you think it would have been more beneficial for everybody as a species to, when you get to a certain age, let's just use 18, a young adult, to then sit down with all the rules of what the government is got in place and say, do you want to be a part of this? Do you want to be a part of what we want you to do? You got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this. Would you actually sign off on that? I would bet 100% of you would say, hell no. I don't want to be a part of your government. I don't need you. I'm not supporting what you want to do. Because remember, you're in the dark age, so what do you think your money's supporting? Dark age shit. I don't think any of you here would support the government if you had the choice, but you were never given the choice. And to me, that, I'm not even going to say it's a crime, but I don't think that's right. I think if people were given a choice on whether they wanted to opt out, they would probably say, yes, I'm opting out. I don't need you. I don't need to pay to get married. I don't need a passport to travel. I don't need a driver's license. I don't need to pay this to this. No. I mean, yes, I believe structure is important, but not the structure that's in place. It's a garbage structure. And most of you would agree with me, if not all of you would agree with me on that. All right. So Todd McIntyre says, any suggestions on how to get out of here? Well, Todd, I don't recognize your name, so I would imagine you're new. I would suggest watching my Prison Planet series, and that'll give you a good head start. And then I also had a video on, let me just show all of you really quick. It's easier to show. I'm into show and tell. Let me just get it ready here. Hold on. Okay. So I would, when you go to my channel here, you're at the home page, you click on the live tab here, and then I would watch this presentation called Spit You Out, because I went through over 2 hours showing you the methodology of the cards and numerology and golden ratio and all that on perhaps the way to get out and to have a graduation, so to speak. So there, I would definitely watch this one, and then I would go to my Prison Planet series. You go to playlists, you come down here to Prison Planet series, and I'd watch all these in order. I have 4 of them. Okay? That's how I would answer your question. Okay? And everybody, thanks everybody for supporting this. A lot, like a lot of my top views here come from this series. And I think these are must-watch for anybody. If you really want to see how this reality works and how it's scripted, you'll see it in the Prison Planet series. See, the big question is what's going to rule the next age? Like if the planetary positions are always ruling an age, if that's the case, right? Or maybe the celestials just rule the Kali Yuga stage. I don't know. There's just so much that we don't know. And, ladies and gentlemen, when you're someone like me, when you're someone who's an avid researcher and you go down the hole, you go deep down the hole, and when you get down there and you start to research, you start to collect more data and more data and more data and more data, you know what ends up happening? You don't know anything. Because you now have so many different options to look at and take into consideration. There's so many options at your disposal on okay, well, what do you want to study? What do you want to pick? And that's the challenge that you have if you decide you go down the rabbit hole. You go down into the hole. Is you're now faced with all these options to study. Whereas if you're way up top and you're kind of ignorant, you're like, there's bliss to that because you only have a few options. But when you go down and you see all these options beyond the options that you were looking at before, it gets really complicated. And it's just so fascinating because it's endless. You can go down the hole and you get into conspiracies, you get into, ancient artifacts, you get into this, you get into ancient cultures, and you realize that you have this holder going on, you have this to study, and they say it's this. Well, then 200 years later, they say it's that, and it's a different story here, and then you get the mythologies, and they say this, and then you get this, and they found this, and that found that, and then you have this, and then this is that, and then this, and there's just, everybody has an opinion on how they feel this reality works, and it gets so confusing. Even with the methodology that I use as a decoder, I'm decoding, and I've discovered this in what seems to be, either the start of the Bronze Age, the Dwapara Yuga, or it's still in the Kali stage. Will these tools even be necessary, or will the tools change? Will your tools change moving into the new age when you graduate and you have your DNA activation upgrades? Will these simple tarot cards, will they take on new meanings? It's possible. Because I am anyway, I'm using these to define what's built in this reality, whatever reality that we're in. And clearly I have supported the fact that we live inside of a scripted, predestined reality. Maybe we'll have a little bit more carte blanche when you get into the higher ages because you're now becoming one with source energy. Ladies and gentlemen, if you think about this concept, and you like, I got a lot of people asking me to decode the Adjustment Bureau, where it says, you don't like Terrence Stamp, who was the guy who told Matt Damon, you don't have free will. You think you have free will. Yeah, maybe, I'm paraphrasing. He's like, yeah, you may be able to pick what you want to eat for food or whatever. But when it comes to the major things, you don't have the choice in that. Well, I have supported that exact scenario by decoding hundreds of people, places, and things. Now, you take into consideration that we have a species that's seemingly the farthest away from source energy as possible. You're the farthest away from source energy, the farthest. And when you're the farthest away from source energy, your mind is like it's about me. It's about power. It's what I can get. It's about what I can gain. It's what I can control. I want to control people. Well, then that energy is based upon, well, if you don't do what I say, I'm just going to annihilate you. And then you take it a step further, and that just may be the truth on you don't have free will like you think you have, because if you did, like Terrence Stamp says in the movie The Adjustment Bureau, the only reason why your reality is here is because you weren't in control over it. If you were in control of it, you wouldn't be here. Like he's alluding to the fact that you would have blown yourselves up. Because you're farthest away from source energy. It makes a lot of sense. So when you graduate and you move back towards source energy, you may end up having more opportunities to use your free, more and more. Because now you're becoming one with source. As you go up, as you go back towards source energy, you start to become one with it. And then you realize, like, why would I want to blow people up? Why would I want to annihilate people? Why would I want to do genocides? Why do I need to control anybody with this devil idea? Why do I need to control anybody? We don't need churches. In the golden age, you think you need a church up there? Come on. You think you need a government in the golden age? Not a chance. But down in the dark age, where people lose their shit and go crazy, I would imagine that's why these institutions got created, and then I've shown successfully these governments, they're not in control. Not at all. They're being ruled over by the supernatural, whatever that looks like. They're not calling the shots. Just like there's no president that gets elected by anybody. No, that's all fixed. See, the illusion is, I'm going to go vote. Like your vote matters. Which the whole marketing of that is, it keeps you stuck in that archetype. We'll give the people the illusion that they can go and have a say in the voting process. And that's going to allow them to give us their prana. Beautiful concept. I'm going to show these people that, like, get out, make sure you get out and vote. And that right there in your mind, you're like, oh yeah, I have a say in this. I'm going to get out there and vote. And now, just like that, ladies and gentlemen, you have somebody who's now invested in a political party. Whereas all the political parties it's a big Ponzi scheme. It's a big machine harvesting energy. I don't even know where that energy goes, to be honest with you. But it's all marketing. The U channel says, please decode Phi. I've already done that. If you go to my, if you go back to my channel and you go to the search engine here and you type in Phi, should be here. It's right here. Decoded it already. Pi and Phi. Okay. Pi decoded. And then, of course, the hundreds of videos I use Phi in there. So there you go. case you want to watch it. Steven says, shout out to the moderators, Pam and Steven, by the way. Great, big shout out to you guys. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that's right. A big one, Steven. The Adjustment Bureau is 73. You're on Television is 73. And then Unconditional Love is 73. And then, of course, today's card is the 73rd card in the deck. You're on Television. 9 of Diamonds. 9 of Pentacles. And that's what Unconditional Love's all about, folks. You know, again, I just for 1 minute, just think about the yugas that I just showed and the 4 cycles. And I just want you to imagine and take into consideration for 1 minute that this reality is based on the cosmos experiencing itself. You cannot rule that out because it's a very good possibility that's how this works. So take you as a human being. You start off as a baby, golden age, and you grow up, you go to your silver, your bronze, and then you finally reach your dark age and you're ready to die and pass on. What if the cosmos does the same thing? What if God does the same thing? It has a golden age, it goes down, it descends down, and it reaches a death stage through time. And it dies its own kind of death, and then it goes back up to where it reaches its own enlightenment. And it's just that wave pattern. See, these concepts are so fun to talk about and worthy of talking about them. Because for the life of me, looking at all this reality, and again, all these options when you get down the rabbit hole, like, what do you think? Like, is this just all there is? Is this the way it's always going to be? Life never stops, and that's my opinion. Life never ends. It just keeps going. So it has to change. Just like the seasons do. So again, I'm a fan of nature. I go out and I study nature. I study nature. That's what I study now, nature. I've been studying it. And I see the same patterns over and over and over. Life to death, repeat. So if that happens in nature, it happens in your body, the cells in your body. Life, death, repeat. Your immune system. Your white blood cells, your red blood cells. Life, death, repeat. New ones are being born all the time. Old ones are dying. Right inside your body right now. You got a microsystem going on inside your body. The microcosm of your body is life, death, repeat. Constantly. There's constant regeneration going on. And then you go out into nature and you see it in the animals. Life, death, repeat. Then you see it in the seasons. Life, death, repeat. Well, why would you stop there? When you see it in the microcosm, you look under the microscope, you see a whole different world there. Life, death, repeat. Then you have it with us. Then you have it with the animals. Then you have it with the insect kingdom. You have it with plants. You have it with the atmosphere. Everything is life, death, repeat. And then you think it's just going to stop there? No, then it moves into the cycles, the yugas, and then you can fit it into the way God works, however that looks. Life, death, repeat. And why are those things happening at those higher levels? That's the big question you can philosophize all day long, and there's so many fun ways to look at that. Yeah, Maddie says, people say they want to get out of here without knowing the alternative. Laugh out loud. I agree. Yes, I have postulated perhaps the way to get out of this game, but their ideas, and no one knows what it looks like after you leave this place. I don't care if you have somebody trying to tell you, oh, I had this out-of-body experience and I saw, yeah, well, where are you telling me this story? You're telling me the story here in this reality, which means that you're not out of your body right now. So you're in La La Land. Okay, great. I had this dream. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. I had this dream. How many times you call up somebody, you tell them on the phone, you tell your friend, oh my, you wouldn't believe it. I had this dream. It was so real. Yeah, but where are you telling me about the dream? In this reality right here. You had to come here back to this three-dimensional reality to tell me the story about, oh my God, I had this amazing dream. Oh my God, I had this out-of-body experience. Okay, that's fine, but you're telling me here. See, they're fun to talk about, but I think impossible to prove. I think there's some people that actually can manifest their dreams. I think some of you probably have done that. But for the majority of people, they're just ideas in a different state of consciousness. But then you got to come back into this consciousness to tell the story. Anybody that has an out-of-body experience are telling the story in this reality, not in the out-of-body experience reality. They don't even know what that is. I'm not belittling those people. I'm not saying that they're, that it doesn't have merit. But what's the difference between having an out-of-body experience or a near-death experience and having a dream when you go to bed? Who's going to be the one in the hierarchy? Well, you think having a near-death experience is any different than having a dream? Hell no, it's the same thing. Tell me any difference between a near-death experience and having a dream. Plenty of people have dreams about them dying and going up to the pearly gates or doing this or seeing this, or they go and they see God and God tells them this when they're sleeping, having a dream. And then a different person is going to tell them about a near-death experience. Do you think there's any difference? No, you're having some kind of experience that you can't describe other than you're calling it a near-death experience, out-of-body experience, or a dream. And then you could easily postulate that you're having a dream right now. You're daydreaming. You are daydreaming right now. When you sit there and think about stuff, what are you doing? I'm daydreaming. Think about the word. Daydreaming. Ben Martin says, Martin King had a dream and look at where it got him. Yeah, I broke that down. I broke down MLK. Scripted Reality Part 2, if you're interested. I showed you how that guy, as soon as he came out of the womb, he was already destined to die through being assassinated by a gunshot. Showed it through the astrological map. That guy right there was truly playing the Jesus Christ character. He's got a name, King. He was a Queen of Diamonds card. Born on January 15th. Queen of Diamonds card with card 38. And the Queen of Diamonds is the Manchurian candidate card. The guy who got pegged for the mass murder, 60 plus people in Las Vegas in 2017, Stephen Paddock, Queen of Diamonds. Coincidence? Martin Luther King gets taken out by a guy who was a king of diamonds. The king takes out the queen. And then Martin King has this name King, tied to the Christ, King of the Jews. On all those contexts of the stories. Leaving out the ethics stuff, not interested. I'm just talking about the king. Same, I broke down Gandhi. Gandhi was an attorney. I showed you his assassination, destined to be assassinated before he ever came out of the womb. We're being role-played in this reality, ladies and gentlemen. I can support that, not just give you my opinion on it. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a very fun thing to figure out, because then you can let go of your fear. Claire Lewis says, do you believe our dreams are scripted too? You would think so. You see, the dream state is much different than the awake state. Because realistically, let's leave the scripted part out of it. Let's just talk about Because a lot of you think you have control over your reality, and I'm not here to take that away. It's totally fine if that's what you want to believe. All that matters is what you believe. When you go to sleep, when you put your head on that pillow and you go to bed, are you in control? Well, the obvious answer would be no, you're not. As soon as you fall asleep, like have you ever had one of those nights of sleep where you go to bed and you don't wake up at all? Don't have to get up to go to the bathroom. Like you sleep 8 hours, you wake up, you're like, oh my God, that was such an amazing sleep. I was really tired. Do you remember what side you slept on? Do you remember if you tossed and turned? Do you remember like how did the pillow get over there? How did the damn sheets get all rumbled up over here? Because you were thrashing. Do you remember thrashing around in bed? Probably not. Matter of fact, the emphatic answer would be you didn't remember anything of what you physically did in the three-dimensional reality if somebody was sitting there watching you on camera. No. You don't remember any of it. You were dreaming. So, what are dreams? What happens during dreams? And then you compare that, you wake up and you're like, right now I'm taking this liter of water, taking the cap off. Well, I know what I'm doing here. Like when you throw the sheets off of you when it's really hot and you're sleeping and the sheets end up on the floor, how did they get there? You're like, well, how the hell did the sheets get? A lot of you, that's what happens. You don't remember doing that. I remember. I'm like, yeah, I'm taking the cap off right now. So there's a very big demarcation of the separation of being awake or being asleep. Pamela says, it's been a while since I had 8 hours of sleep. Wow, man, I get 8 hours almost every night. Try some magnesium. You got to get magnesium, not oxide. You got to get magnesium biscalinally, or however the hell you say that. So tongue twister. So someone says, nothing fun about living through opiate addiction. How about just nothing fun about living through any addiction? But then when you get out on the other side, right? You're out on the other side and you've overcome that addiction. You then get to be grateful. See, there is some purpose or utility of going through an addiction and then coming out of that and not being addicted anymore. There's some utility to this. The number one requisite for me for any of the wins in your life, when you consider those wins, beating addiction, gratitude. What kind of gratitude do you have? That's where that's your reward. You have gratitude now. Knowing that you're not in that space. And you just leveled up. I am Kairos is asking thoughts on water gazing. You talk about, do you mean scrying or just gazing on water? That's like looking at clouds. I guess you can find an answer in anything if your objective is like wanting to go find an answer. You're looking for answers. You could do that. So my thoughts are, it's a tool. How many tools do you have? What makes an efficient carpenter? What's in the toolbox? Besides the education and the knowledge of being able to do this and that and being fancy with this and and building and having quality construction and all that stuff, you have your basic fundamentals of your tools. Like, what do you got in your toolbox? So if you feel like you can use water, the observation of light on water, or even looking at clouds for shapes, looking for answers. If you go outside with the objective, you look at, it's a really puffy cloud day, and you go out with the objective of looking for a sign or an answer to your question. And your objective is, I'm going to go outside today and I'm going to go sit in the sun with the clouds and I'm going to look for my sign with that. And that's your intention. I bet 9 out of 10 times you'll find your answer. Because that is, like, why did you come up with that idea? Think about that. Like, if you came up with the idea to go sit outside and stare at the clouds for a couple hours to get your answer to a question you want to know about, well, then what popped into your head to give you the idea to go outside and look at the clouds? You think you came up with that idea? Water in a blue bowl with good intentions. Stephen says, shout out to the band Tool. Speaking of that right there, Stephen, I actually started breaking down and decoding the song Pneuma off of their last album, Fear Inoculum. If you haven't seen The Zoo, I broke down the song The Zoo by the Scorpions. It's called The Zoo, a short story. You should check that one out. I'm going to be kind of doing that same format with the song Pneuma by Tool. The decodes that I got from that are just so profound. Just by looking at the lyrics and grabbing the lyrics and doing the numerology and finding out where the numbers land and the tarot cards associated with to get the picture, incredible. Pneuma meaning spirit. Some of your comments are funny. Tony says, decode the lottery. I've been asked to decode it quite a few times. And my answer has been the same. I'm just not interested. Some people asked me to, like, there was some decoder who's actually working on decoding the lottery winners itself. And I haven't heard back. It's been a long time. Whoever that was. Ahmad's asking, please decode JW governing body. Hold on a sec. Well, how about this, ladies and gentlemen? The governing body is all male. That should tell you pretty much all you need to know. It's all male, and it's a 51, which is mind control. And that's all I got to say about that. It's mind control. I'm looking at your comments. Patiently awaiting the meteorite. Never heard of them before. What's up, Justin Michael? Thanks for the support. Thanks, everybody, for being here. You know, you could have been anywhere tonight. So I appreciate you. I really do. What do we do when there are no more questions to ask? Ben Martin saying that. I have a lot of questions, Ben. So I don't really know how to answer your question there. ASM Future is asking me, don't you ever get tired of eating salads? The answer is hell yeah. I do. Jane is asking about Burning Man. It's, you know, that whole Burning Man is been around a long time. To peg it on a ritual for the blue moon is too vanilla. Because Burning Man's been out for a long time. Jack Hart says, I know 2 people that won 10 million. Nice. I hope they're doing something productive with it. That's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Think about this. What would you do if you won $10 million? What would you do with it? What would you do if you had 10 million coming into the kitty tomorrow? What would you do? Well, if you really want to know the purpose of Burning Man, you'd go research who founded Burning Man. The founders. And then you got to get the birthdays. You know, like I've been asked quite a few times to decode XPR Proton. And, you know, everybody wants me to just decode it for them. Like, oh, Logan, do all the work. That's fine. I love doing it, right? But it's not as easy as you think. And like XPRs, it's a dead end. Because the founders can't find their birth certificate names, can't find their birthdays, can't find the block that the XPR came out on, can't find anything. So it's dead. It's useless. So if it makes it as a coin, great. Congratulations. But I would definitely say don't be attached to it. Just like I would say that to any coin. Don't be attached to any of them. Like the crypto, like personally, like people say, you have crypto? Yeah. But I don't even look at it. If I lose it, I don't care. Why do I not care? Because I'm a creator. I'll just go recreate that. I'll go create something else. I'm not attached to it. Michael's asking, do you feel like time is speeding up? Sometimes I do. But last time I went to the United States, just back in a couple months ago, it went by super slow. My trip went by really, really slow. Part of the reason why it went really slow is because I disengaged from decoding. I took some time off. I was doing things that I normally wasn't doing. I was spending time with friends. I was just kind of disengaged. So the time actually went by really slow. I noticed that it went by really slow. I think what makes time go by quickly is having all these, these things out to get you, marketing-wise. All these opportunities, which makes things seemingly kind of speed up. Because, you could sit on the internet and you can read and research and listen, and next thing you know, 5 hours goes by. You're like, whoa. Because you get so engrossed in, I don't know about you, but when I do my research, I got 50 tabs open. And I'm just jumping all around, and then and next thing, I can't even tell how many times hours and hours go by. Look at these podcasts that I do. My average podcast, 4.5 hours. It just blows by so quickly. I've already been going for 2.5 hours, almost 2.5 hours. Where does the time go? Vicky asks a really interesting question. Why does birth start with the letter B and death start with the letter D, which are mirror opposites of each other? Yeah, that's pretty interesting, right? The B being, through the English, B being 2, D being 4, which is 24. 24 hours in a day. $20.40. 24. Yeah, you must be referencing Jason. Big shout out to Jason from Archaics. He thinks the Phoenix event 2040. I got it pegged at 2041. 2041 is tied to the 53, so I really think it's going to be 2041. If the Phoenix event happens on that day or that year, I got it pegged at 2041, but that's just a guess. And we don't even know what the hell that looks like. So. One with nature. What's the first thing you do when you rise? When I first wake up, I grab my phone. Sometimes not always the first thing I do. Sometimes I lay there and I think. I just try to observe my thoughts. And then when I finally want to get out of bed, I grab my phone and I observe what time it is. And the timestamp on whatever time I wake up is a sign for me. The number. And then when I get up, I'm instantly giving gratitude to my night's sleep, whatever created this reality, and my bed. As I'm raising my shade to bring the light into the room and making my bed, I make my bed right away, and I'm giving thanks to my mattress and my pillow and my blanket and my air conditioner and my air filtration system. I'm thanking all these things that are around me for giving me that good night's sleep. And then the very first thing I do physically is I grab 1 liter of water and I drink the entire liter before I do anything else because I'm dehydrated. I normally sleep 8 hours, and if you go 8 hours without drinking any water during the day, you're going to be dehydrated. So when you wake up in the morning time, the best habit to get into, as I have always said to people when I'm doing all nutrition counseling, 1 liter of water when you first wake up. Before your coffee, your tea, your juice, your food, 1 liter of water. What's up, Gio? Enjoy your mushroom trip. Thanks for the support and the love and the feedback on the music. This is a Blade Runner ambient kind of music in the background. Kind of gives a good vibe. Jonathan Sherman, is there anything significant astrologically in September? Yeah, there's a lot. If you want to get a sneak peek at that, go listen to my, let me just show you. go to all right, where the hell is it? Jordan and I talked about it right here. Let's talk about the collapse. I brought up some astrology, and it was all audio, but I talked about it quite a bit during this presentation. Let's talk about the collapse. Okay? Jason Arcanum got the animal medicine deck and book. Congratulations. Doing your totem pole. Great. Everybody here should do their totem pole. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. You just do it one time. You could do it more than once. But what I was taught by a real shaman up in Ojai, his name's Patrick McBride, amazing Cherokee shaman. When I went up there, I was fortunate enough to get up in Ojai, California and do my totem pole up there. 4 years ago, 2019, I did it. And I didn't even know it existed. And he's at this place called Ojai's Nutmeg House, right in the center of town in Ojai. If you ever get a chance to go up to Ojai, definitely should go to Ojai's Nutmeg House. It's right in the center of town. And his name's Patrick McBride. I don't know if he's even still doing readings because he's an older gentleman. He had a place in the back of the store, and he's such a beautiful man. And I learned from him. I kind of crafted it around what I thought was the right way to do it. But you do it once in your life, and it's very sacred because you're using the animals of the medicine deck. And what you're doing is you're building what's called your totem pole, which is kind of like your chakras. You're doing 7 cards to represent the root to the crown, and then you have what are called the right and left wings, which are off the center of the third eye. So the wings would be right here, off the center of the third eye. So the wings would sit here, and that would give you kind of your longitudinally energy. And you have a total of 9 cards, and there's a certain way to pull the cards. I think it's been a long time since I did. I think you pull 7 with your right, and then you pull the right wing with your left, and then the left wing with your right hand, and then you place those on either side of the third eye. And you can then take those cards and get the numbers off of those, and then bring alchemy into it, and look at your alchemy through the totem pole. You can take the cards of illumination and the tarot and get pictures of that. It's pretty amazing. Best remedy for keeping mosquitoes away or for them not to bite you? I don't know of one. I have no idea, man. That's what they're designed to do. Some people just don't get bit more than others. I don't know if it's a frequency thing. I don't know. I mean, I know plenty of super nice people that are really spiritually advanced and get bit like shit, like crazy by mosquitoes. So you can't say, well, I don't get bit because I'm really advanced in my spirituality. I think that's nonsense, to be honest with you. I didn't see, I don't pay attention to the mainstream, so seeing helicopters dropping mosquito needles, I don't even know. Couldn't tell you. Spotting the Draco says, if I drank a liter of water in the morning, I would pee for a week. Well, that just tells me that you're dehydrated. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is my opinion, right? And I'm basing it off of being certified in nutrition. understanding or understanding how water works, and the body's made up of primarily water. And then I have a really good friend of mine who's now retired, but he was one of the top weight loss doctors in Beverly Hills, California. And when he retired, he told me the secret to weight loss, and he said it was water. So 3 liters a day, minimum. 3 of these a day. That's what I suggest. I mean, if you're not drinking one of these, if you're just having like 1 liter of water, you are dehydrated. And what happens when you're dehydrated? Nothing works right. Because you see, your body's made up of primarily water, so you literally become a desert. Everything gets affected when you're dehydrated. And what will happen is, because the body's so smart, it will conform to the dehydration. So then you won't even know it. The number one cause of daytime fatigue, dehydration. The number one cause, dehydration. So I would encourage all of you, like a health hack, if you really want to get yourself at least on a foundation of being neutral in life, 3 liters of water a day, at least 64 ounces to start off. That may be a stretch for some of you. If 64 ounces is like, oh my God, how the hell am I going to do that? You're dehydrated. And this is not even like, well, some people are going to, no. 64 ounces should be your minimum of water consumption every day. Tea doesn't cut it. Tea's not water. It's tea. 64 ounces, 96 ounces minimum, straight water. To me, that's the healthiest the body can be. Otherwise, you're a desert. Eucalyptus is amazing. I love eucalyptus. So there's so many medicinal ways to use these teas and leaves and roots, and you just got to study. There's benefit to all of them, essentially, that are good for you, so to speak. So Jason's asking, have you decoded your family crest? I have not. Just the names. I mean, look, ladies and gentlemen, like the course I have coming out is going to be advanced enough where you can take layers that you probably never thought of before to decode yourself. Like, it's just not your name numerology. It's your mother's maiden name and your father's last name coming together to form you. There's that. There's the tarot cards that represent the pictures. There's the cards of illumination that represent those numbers. The first letter of each word, the cornerstone, there's that way to decode. There's taking out the vowels and just using the consonants and using the numerology of that. There's that way of decoding it. The latitude, longitude of where you were born. I was just watching a video last night of Robert Edward Grant, who's awesome. And he was doing an interview with, let me see if I can find it, and I'll share it with all of you. You guys can check it out because he's really good. I like his stuff. Right here. I'll share it with all of you. But let me just show you what it looks like. I was watching this video last night right here. And he was talking about the pyramids and how the latitude of the Great Pyramid, 29 degrees, is exactly the speed of light. A lot of us have known that for a very long time. And then the longitude's tied to pi. The 31.13 is tied to the measurement of pi. And then I added my comment. Yeah, I added my comment in here because I added up the latitude, longitude. When you add up the latitude, longitude of the Great Pyramid of Giza, you get the freaking golden ratio. So I'll leave the link. You guys should really check out this. Let me copy this and put it into the chat. You guys can, there it is. There you go. I'll pin this to the top for a little bit. But I mean, it's just so amazing. And what is the Great Pyramid? You know, what age through the Yugas did they build the Great Pyramids? When you realize that the latitude north, and Robert Grant was saying, he's like, back then you would think they didn't have the measurements of latitude, longitude. So like it gets you thinking. It's like, yeah, they probably didn't have the measurements of latitude, longitude back then. But yet the damn thing is freaking straight up to the speed of light. So imagine the energy latitudinally from up above is coming down. So light is coming down on top of that pyramid. Right on the apex of the pyramid, you got light coming right down latitudinally, and then longitudinally, running east to west, the measurement 31.13 is a marker for freaking pi. It's like, and then you add it up and you get the golden ratio, and you get alchemy and Prometheus, neodymium and Prometheus, 60 and 61. You get copper and gallium. It's freaking mind-blowing, man. And like the tech, they didn't have what we have these days, but now you're taking the tools of what we have here. You can take the tarot cards and link it to the damn Great Pyramid. You got these two cards right here. They conform to the latitude north of the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid, 29 degrees. These are the two cards that make up to 29, the 7 of clubs. Why do I have two cards? Because all the tarot cards are going to have two positions. Because the tarot has 77 cards. If you include the Fool, it becomes 78. But the Fool has a big fat 0 on it, and 0 is not a 1. So there is a discrepancy when you look at it from 0 is not a 1. And then you realize, you know, utilizing the most popular spread of the tarot is the Fool being in either 0 position, and they count that as number 1. I don't know how you would even do that. Doesn't make any sense. Or you take the Fool and you move it into the 22nd position and it becomes a repeater. And then, of course, the 23rd card becomes the Ace of Wands. But if you take the Fool out and you leave it just at the 0 position, then the 28th card and the 29th card becomes these two. So essentially, this is the Great Pyramid of Giza's latitude. This is what it looks like. The 7 of the Wands and the 8 of Wands. Either one. And they both tell the story. And it's freaking amazing, man. I did a decode for the Patreon channel. It was called Recycled. And I have some of the stuff in there from the Great Pyramid. Yeah, Robert's awesome, man. I'd love to do a podcast with him one day. Chat it up. Yep, pyramids line up with the Belt of Orion. They line up with a lot of things. I mean, then you study the Belt of Orion. You study the 3 stars there, and you start to do the numerology of those, and you start decoding that, and it's like another rabbit hole to go down. I was just watching. I'm going to do a decode on it. I was just watching this last night. This one right here. this video right here, and it was on the moon and this station on the moon, right? The moon being a soul harvester, right? A soul harvesting station, soul catcher. This is like a picture supposedly from the moon. Now, I don't know if it's true, but soul catcher, right? There's a tower on the moon 6 miles high, and it catches your soul. So, of course, I was decoding it, right? Soul catcher being the number 42. You know what the number 42 is? Are you kidding me? So there's a lot to this, man. Off of, this is Neil Lear. What's his name? Lear. Talking about this soul catcher. And then the Japanese finding this cube, this picture of a cube on the moon right here, supposedly. I don't know if it's true. They call this the mystery hut. So you can decode that. Just watching this video and decoding it. Last night. Crazy stuff I found, folks. It's never ending. It's never ending. You know, when you do the soul catcher, right? When you take those words, soul catcher, you end up getting the, see if I can find it, soul catcher, right? So there's this philosophy about your soul being trapped, which may be possible. So, soul catcher ends up linking to this card right there. The Three of Swords. And if you watched my The Zoo, the short story with the scorpions, the song about the zoo, I showed how this is tied to 6 feet under. This can be card 52 or 53. 6 feet under. You know when you get buried 6 feet under? 6 feet under equals 53, and there it is. Tied to soul catcher. And then 42 was the total outcome numerology-wise for soul catcher, and then you get the 6 of Cups, which is the card for Christmas, which is the birth of the Christ. Never knowing, you get this memory wipe. Erased memory. 43 in numerology. 43 being the 14th prime number, 14 being tied to the word time. Erased memory. Is that how this all works? Do we ever get out of this game, folks? That's the question of all questions. And again, what does it look like if you were able to get out? You don't know. See, it'd be different if you're like, hey, you want to take a trip outside this reality to see what else there is? Everybody of here would say, yeah, I want to go. You'd go. But what if it sucks? And that's why spirits incarnate into this reality, or God incarnates into this reality, because it's a vacation spot. What if Earth is a vacation spot? Do we just completely rule that out? Or do you think it's a possibility? I say it's a possibility that this is a vacation. It's not, and that's why it's not real, folks. I think Westworld did the greatest job. The movie, Michael Crichton, the movie Westworld, 1973. Then they had a remake of it, a secondary thing called Future World. And what was Westworld all about? The story of it before it came out on HBO. You could go to the West, and you could become a gunslinger. And you can go fight and kill, but it's not real. The question is this reality real? Well, of course you're going to say it is, but you can't prove that it is because something's watching us. And when you watch a movie, is it real? And you know what you'll say? It's not real. Okay, well then I would say, are the actors real? Are the actresses real? And you would have to say yes. Are they reading a screenplay that a screenplay writer wrote? Yes. Is there a real director there? Yes. Are there real stuntmen there? Yes. Are there people doing sound and lighting and dress and costumes? Yes. So is it real? The next time you watch a movie or a show, ask yourself that question. Is what I'm watching, is it real? You can't say it's not real. Because you're watching, it's real, it's happening. It's just that they're literally reading out a screenplay. Okay, great. Well, what makes you think you're not reading out a screenplay? You think you're not being watched? Yeah, spotting the Draco. How did I get here? I had no clue. So many theories on how we got here. When I was watching that last one I showed you. Let me put that in the. Let me share that with you. The Dark Moon Secret. I want to share this one. You guys can watch this one. Well, there that is. So in there it talks about a philosophy, an idea about people, human beings being transported here to Earth and being dropped off. So many different ways to, that's why I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen, you're in the age of information, and with the information, you're given an endless supply of it. Endless. It's bottomless. Because everybody's got an opinion. Someone doesn't like the way that is, they're going to create a video and give you an interpretation of how they feel. And that's totally fine if that's what you feel like you want to do. If you go out there and create a YouTube channel and you start to present your information on how you think it works, you're going to get people that will end up coming to your channel, and you'll get subscribers, and now you have instantly and automatically created an archetype. Every YouTube channel out there, every BitChute channel out there, they're all archetypes. All of them. It's no different than a church. It's no different than a government. It's no different than a state. It's no different than a president. It's no different than a governor. It's no different than a state senate. It's no different than any of these archetypes. It becomes something else that will market to you. Oh, like, share, and subscribe. You're marketing your stuff. And we all do it. That's what most people do. You have a YouTube channel and you hear them say, right in the beginning too. Well, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Dude, I haven't even watched your damn material yet, and you're already asking me to freaking market your shit. I mean, I get it. But it's like you first time you tune into somebody, and that's the common theme. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, I haven't even watched a minute of your content yet. And you're already telling me to market for you. It's just funny. And that's the comment. I'm not making fun of it. I just think it's hilarious. And why do people do that? Because they're in the habit of doing it. Monkey see, monkey do. They watch somebody's YouTube channel, and that's what the other person does with their YouTube channel. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe my material. Because the other person did that. And it's all regurgitation. The originality is kind of really taking a back seat. And we're all guilty of it, ladies and gentlemen. We're all guilty of regurgitation in some way, some shape, or form. That's the thing, folks. Let me see if I can show you what it looks like from the tarot. Because that's why I love the tarot, because you get the picture. You get the image of what the word looks like. And there are, of course, a lot of words that equal the same outcomes. So it can get a little bit, then have to branch off and you have to figure out, a little bit more of an extensive aspect of looking at these words. And that's why numerology is a great starting point, but it's a horrible finishing point. If you're just using the 4 base ciphers to decode from, those are dead ends. Especially if you use 4 base ciphers, because it gives you 4 different chances to connect the dots. All right, so let me show you what marketing looks like. It's so funny, the pictures that you get with marketing. Hang on a sec, folks. Give me a second. So let's take you on this ride. Here we go. So the word is called marketing. Okay? Like the stock market is marketing. Right? Marketing. And marketing is what this entire reality thrives off of. Buy my product. Buy my course. Pay attention. Like, share, and subscribe. Go to this church. Come here to this. Do that. Check out my video. Look at my pictures. Look at me. Watch what I'm doing. I'm here. I'm going here. I'm traveling there. Please like my picture. Please comment on my photo so the algorithms work. It's marketing, folks. The entire bit of our reality is marketing. And marketing is the same as the word currency. And it's the same as the word religion. And it's the same as the word sports. They're all 27s. And when you look at the tarot card with the most popular spread, this is what it looks like. Now, I want you to take a good look at that card right there. And I want you to take into consideration, everybody wants you to pay attention to them, their life, their product, their course, what they're doing, what their family's doing. Look at what I'm doing here. Oh, I'm going to people sharing their whole entire life on social media. Got to take a selfie, got to share a selfie every day, multiple times a day, so I get your marketing energy. And it's all based on the 5 of Wands, which is currency. And this card right here classically represents fighting. This is everybody marketing their shit. This is religion. No, it's Allah. No, it's Jehovah. No, it's Jesus. No, it's Mazda. No, it's whatever. It's Brahma. No, it's Shiva. And then you get sports. Oh, it's going to be the Giants this year. No, Giants suck. It's the Patriots. It's all currency, folks. It's all designed to harvest your energy. That's what the tarot card looks like. 27. Marketing. This entire reality is thriving off of marketing. Through alchemy, it's cobalt. So I'll show you an extension on that. Let's go even further. See, we're going past numerology, right? Let's go to the Royal Society of Chemistry and go to the periodic table. 27 is marketing, sports, religion, currency. They're all 27. What element gets the 27? Cobalt. Chaos and order. Now, all you got to do is look at the picture, and here it is. And what do you see here? You get one dragon and you get 2 dragons. This represents the good cop, bad cop. This represents the yin yang. This represents the transverse electromagnetic wave. And then you get the goblin right here in the middle, harvesting both of these energies. No, my team's going to win. No, you're an idiot. Your team sucks. And there's fighting going on. No, it's my God is going to beat your God. And it's just this goblin right here in the middle, just it's a Ponzi scheme, just collecting all this energy from these people trying to pick a side, thinking their side's the right side to pick. When you finally realize how this reality works, you realize you want to be sitting with this dude. And you just want to be looking at this dude and be like, I see you, man. I see how this stuff operates. I see how it works. The goblin gets all the energy. Kobold comes from the German word kobold, which means goblin, gobbling up the energy. Kobold, when you do the numerology of kobold, you get 19. And what is 19 tied to? The apex, which is tied to the battery that we live in. The battery that we live in is tied to the yin yang, the good cop, bad cop, the devil and God, forcing you to choose a side so it can collect the energy. See, because if everybody was one side, there would be no resistance of energy. There'd be no flow of energy. This is Ohm's law. Voltage, currency, resistance. If everybody liked the same thing, if there was just one religion, there would be less currency. And this goblin wouldn't get anything at all, or very little. And it's a apex predator. It's a battery, folks. The 19. And of course, the 19 is tied to what? In the tarot? The sun. The logos, the life giver. 19. The 1 and the 9 are the 2 opposite ends of the spectrum of the numbering system. The 9 is the great repeater. The 1 is the I. The number 1 is the letter I, and the letter I is the 9th letter. So you essentially have 2 9s side by side, just bouncing energy off of each other. And it's a never-ending loop, folks. It never ends. Ever. That's when you can see this, you have the eyes to see it, and then you realize this reality is a joke. It's theater. It's theater down here. I don't give a shit what age you're in. It's theater. Yeah, that's right, Jason. And the 27th card in the tarot and the cards of illumination is the Ace of Diamonds, and the Ace of Diamonds is tied to the Ace of Pentacles, which is card number 65, which is what's your question number 65. So the synchronicity here, 64, 65. And of course, what's the 27th card in the medicine deck? The damn dragonfly. So you see, the medicine deck was created by Jamie Sames and a few other people. They're Native Americans. They used animals, insects, and reptiles to deliver their expressions of what the numbering system means and the 52 cards. They chose the dragonfly for the 27th card in the deck. Now, did they know the word currency equals 27? Did they know that the word religion equals 27? Did they know sports equals the word number 27? Why did they pick the dragonfly for the 27th card? The great dragon got hurled down. What does that mean? Energy, light got thrown down. 27. Even Khufu. Khufu is the Great Pyramid. Khufu is 27 in Chaldean numerology. How about that? 27. Let me show you one last one. Right on the fly. Here we go. How about this? I did a decode on it. It's exclusively on my Patreon. You want to watch it? It's on the Patreon. Dirty Laundry Decoded. Dirty Laundry is a 34. Tied to the moon. Because the element, that's the 34th element, is selenium, which comes from the Greek word selene, which means moon. Is the moon the harvester? Does it have anything to do with the dirty laundry in our reality? And then you just go to the other methodology that I do with the golden ratio. You go to Cibitium.com. Let's see if it comes up. Maybe it's down. Okay, here we go. We go to the golden ratio and we type in 34. And you can see where it's found without counting the 1. If you count the 1, it's 27th digit. If you don't count the 1, it ends at the 4. So dirty laundry, 34, is tied to 26 and 27. Currency, ladies and gentlemen. This means currency. The mainstream. News. Look at what news is. Freaking 19. Which is a battery. Which is an apex predator. Designed to market to you. To get your energy. To suck you dry. You're a food source. How much of it do you give away? How much of it do you willingly give away for the payoff of knowing the mainstream? Seeing what's going on. Like, I gotta know what's going on. Gotta keep up with the Joneses. You see, if you do that, you are being harvested for your energy. And it's really inevitable in this reality, right? Because you have emotional reactions. But when you dissipate away from the mainstream, that doesn't get your energy anymore. Yeah, the dragonfly is illusion. The dragonfly card is the representation of illusion. So think about it. Illusion being tied to 27 currency. Illusion being tied to 27 religion. Illusion being tied to 27 sports. Now, what does illusion mean? I mean, is this an illusion? It's pretty real to me. So we can philosophize that it's an illusion. It's Maya. It's a circus here. And the job of this age is to market to you. The job, the archetype's job, the main job of religion and sports and government and state and politics, these archetypes' job is to market to you. That's the job of these. The underlining job or responsibility of these organizations is to market to you, hoping that you will take the bait and give them your precious energy. Once you know that, then at least you have the ability to make a conscious decision on saying, I'm not going to do that anymore. Because I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to get anything back. You know, for a long time, I was a big sports fan. I grew up outside of Boston. Great place to be born as a sports fan. Celtics, Bruins, Patriots, Red Sox, a lot of titles. Big bragging rights sports town. I had a subscription to the Red Sox for many years. Caught all the games on television even when I was working. All that money, all that time I spent, guess what I got out of it? Nothing. They never sent me any they didn't send me any memorabilia. I didn't have any stock in the team. I didn't get any phone calls from any of the players or managers. They didn't even know who I was. But I was giving my energy away to these teams. And I got nothing in return. So it was like I was giving my energy out frivolously, and I was okay with it. What I did get in return is being able to say, My team won the Super Bowl. My team won the World Series. I was there when the Red Sox won their World Series, breaking the curse. I was there for the whole ride of the Patriots going through their whole dynasty. I was there riding that wave because I was one of those people I was a sheep back then. If you want to call it that, right? I was asleep. I was way different of a person back then. I didn't know any better. I got nothing in return other than bragging rights and being somebody born in a town that had a lot of winning teams. Whoop did he frickin' do? And now I sit here where I don't even really pay attention. Now, if I do catch a game, it's just like watching a movie. It's entertainment. But I don't give a shit if they win or lose. I don't get mad if they lose. I don't get upset. I don't have an emotional reaction to the team if I win or lose. I just don't care anymore. And that's being neutral, folks, by the way. In case some of you are asking, what does neutrality mean? Watching a sports game and the team you used to be a diehard fan and not caring if they lose. That's being neutral. Watching the game and just watching it to watch it. That's what it's like to be neutral. Same thing, like you watch the political debates. And you just, going into it, it's just, to me, it was comedy. It's like stand-up comedy. Because you go into it and you know this is scripted. These people are being used. They don't have a say in anything. They just go on stage being them. They're being actors. They're being paid to be actors. And it just becomes comical. It becomes funny. That's all it does. So it's a way different outlook on life when you look at these layers of life and realize these are all actors and actresses playing out their part. They're getting paid to do that. And they're getting, and the win, their win is you getting emotionally involved with them, getting angry at Nancy, getting angry at Hillary Clinton, getting angry because Bill did this and because this happened and that happened. Then they win, they get your prana. But when you can watch it and look at it and be like, yeah, they're just doing their job. Some have good character jobs, some have bad character jobs. Some predators in the world, some prey in the world. Do you get mad at the grasshopper because it's a prey? It gets eaten by a praying mantis? Do you get mad at the praying mantis when it grabs the locust and it eats the locust? What do you think, it's any different than a Republican having its way with a Democrat? There's no difference. That's how funny our reality is, folks. When you can start comparing it to nature and you realize there's no separation. It's all scripted. The whole thing. Animals may just be the one thing that aren't scripted. Like you go outside and you but then again, ladies and gentlemen, you think about how many times that you're at a certain place at a certain time and you see a certain sign and it might be an animal. Like you see a bird flying overhead and it was a very big symbol for you. Well, how the hell did that bird fly overhead? How did you get to that space at that right exact moment in time to get that symbol that you were looking for? Or maybe you weren't even looking for it, but you got it and you realized what it meant. How did you get there? Why did you go to that spot in the woods? The little voice told you to do it. Well, where'd that come from? And how did the animal sync up to be exactly in the same place as you were? What's guiding the animal? How does a lot of you are seeing certain numbers over and over and over. You're seeing them on billboards. Well, they put the billboard up 3 months ago. And you pass by it and you see it for the first time and you're like, oh my God, there's that damn 88 again. There's that 555. But the thing's been up for 5 months. Well, you think the guys that are putting up the post, you think the guys that are up there that are the billboard owners, you think they're putting up there to mock you? When the thing's been up there for 5 months and then you finally see it and you're like, oh, there's that damn 555. Yeah, it's the people that are behind it that are trying to mock you and screw you over. That's no different than people thinking that these organizations are trying to mock you and screw you over, pull one past you. Yeah, they're trying to do it to everybody. Folks, signs happen all the time to you. If you pay attention, you're going to see it, man. You're going to be at a certain place at a certain time. You're going to meet somebody and be like, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. I met this person. It's like, yeah, well, why did you go to that store that day? Think about it. Like, why did you go to the store that day? You didn't have to go to the store that day. Maybe it wasn't in your normal routine. And even if it was in your normal routine, why did that person show up? Why did you get that sign from that certain someone, or that certain phone call, or that certain text message, or what, or some, you got a message on Facebook, or whatever? You think, why are these things happening to you? No one's out to get you, folks. It's people doing their jobs. Their organizations doing their jobs. Some have Darth Vader jobs. Some have Yoda jobs. Some have Luke Skywalker jobs. Some have Obi-Wan Kenobi jobs. Some have, Han Solo jobs. Just using Star Wars as a reference. Doesn't mean they're out to get you. Agent Smiths versus Neos. Yeah, and if you watch the whole trilogy, Neo realized fighting is futile, worthless. And it's not going to get you. Fighting is worthless. It's an energy you expend and you get nothing in return. All right, let's do another little sneak peek, and then I'll come back to your questions, and then we'll kind of get to the tail end. We'll get we'll do a collective card reading. So I wanted to show all of you. Let's start off by, I have a decode coming out on the Wheel of Samsara, which, it kind of came from the Yugas, but the Wheel of Samsara, take a look at what this is. 15. And you go right here. Look, that's how valuable the tarot is. So the Wheel of Samsara, the whole agenda is to get off this thing. Well, look at what runs it. So where all the fun's at. That interesting meme, and it goes, in heaven, all the interesting people are missing. It's kind of for fun, right? But bringing it into the string of the golden ratio, 15 occupies digit 367 and 368. It just so happens coincidentally, because mathematics are out to mock you, and numerology and those that created Chaldean are out to get you. Is that the Samsara wheel you're on television. Are these all coincidences? Using this methodology that I've been showing for years now, over, and a lot of you great decoders have been showing it over and over and over and over. Why the golden ratio? Because it's light. It's tied to light in mathematics. So the Wheel of Samsara means that you're on television. Don't want to, what does your channel look like? What kind of lessons do you need to learn here with the Wheel of Samsara? These are no-brainers, folks. How valuable, and this is once again Chaldean numerology coming through, being the king of all ciphers, in my opinion. The spoken word, not just English. I've broken Spanish down. I've broken Polish down. I've broken other languages down using this methodology, and the results are still outstanding like this. And then using how valuable the golden ratio is. That you're on television. You're on this wheel of samsara. I mean, Hinduism didn't revolve around Chaldean numerology. Hinduism is its own context, its own set of philosophies. It's not even a religion. They'll tell you it's not even a religion. They don't claim it as a religion. It's a way of life. Okay. But here we are taking the oldest known numerology cipher, bringing it into pure mathematics, and then once again bringing it into pure mathematics to show you that the samsara wheel means you're on television. Is there ever a getting out of that, or do you just go into a different television station? These concepts of the samsara. So I have this coming out, and then I have this one coming out here. Now this, if you haven't seen The Zoo, like I decode, it's a short song by the Scorpions, the great song called The Zoo. And in the song, they have the referencing point of 42nd Street? Remembering what 42 was? Soul Catcher is 42. 42nd Street is known as The Zoo. So when you start to put two and two together and you realize Soul Catcher 42, Life, the Universe, Everything 42, The Zoo referencing 42, New York's 42nd Street, you start to begin to see the picture of what this whole reality means. And so when you go to the solar spread number 42 and you locate space number 42, you're going to see that it's the Two of Hearts. And it's this card right here to get the picture. And so what is this telling us? You're in this right here, folks. That's what the Two of Cups means. You're in a partnership with your doppelganger. Doppelganger equals 54. It's News Station 54 of They Live that was broadcasting the hypnotic trance to keep you stuck in obey, consume. Companionship. This is you with your contract. Two of Hearts. It's a Venus-Neptune card. Neptune having the pitchfork. The devil. Neptune called the sea monster. Okay? Neptune being the sea monster. Life, the universe, everything, 42. And it goes into the lake of fire. Lake of fire is 42. And this card right here, when you say it, it becomes prison planet. Are these accidents? Am I really stretching this? Or if you've been along for this ride through the hundreds of videos I have showing the methodology of how accurate this is in describing this reality, is that you're in a partnership. And this right here, you'll never, ever in a million years catch me worshiping this. I will never wear this idol. I don't even own, I will never have this in my house. Now, I'm not afraid of it. It's just you're not going to see me pledge to it. Because if there is any chance of having a DNA activation upgrade, I feel this will push you back. You won't get an activation upgrade when you pledge to this whole thing. Why do I say that? Because the church created this, and I say the church is the opposite of where you want to go. The church was created in the dark age. So if you want to move away from the dark age, that means you don't want to pay attention to anything that's correlating to keeping you in the dark age. Yes, we're using tools to define the dark age, but you're clearly seeing that the partnership here is with the pitchfork. And it's Venus, which is the symbol of the Ankh, which is the representation of immortality. Venus representing humping. Venus representing sex and love. Aphrodite's. Aphrodite's is 102 in numerology, which is Pandora's box. That's what Venus represents, Pandora's box. Okay? It's this. So if you start to listen to yourself, You start to listen to the voice in your head and you start to see the letters, numbers, and symbols in your reality. But the thing is one of the requisites, ladies and gentlemen, is you got to turn off the mainstream. Why do I say it's one of the requisites? Because it's absorbing your energy. It's broadcasting to you spells. Its job is to keep you occupied with the spells that it delivers to you. And when you're spending hours on end talking about marketing, politics, and religion and mainstream stuff, you are actually a proponent of it. Whereas if you took those hours that you spent marketing for free, by the way, you're actually not even getting paid to market for these companies. You're doing it for free. You're a free worker. If you take that energy back and you were to put it into your personal life and you were to build something that's worthwhile, of something that would be representing a utopia, like moving forward. What is a higher state of consciousness in your life? What are you building? Just decoding yourself as an individual. And if you have children, of all things, if you got kids, man, I would hope that you're decoding your kids. I really hope as an adult, as a parent, I can't tell you how to parent your kids. I'm not a father. I don't have kids. But if I did, I would be decoding my son or daughter as much as I can. Because your kid may end up growing up one day and saving the world. They may end up growing up one day and saving millions of lives through creating some kind of invention. And what's necessary is to stop paying attention to the mainstream and giving all your energy away and paying attention more to your life and your partner's life and your children's life. Figuring out how to raise their frequencies. You can't do that when you're dumping all your energy on this mainstream stuff that's marketing to you. Which I get it, it's fun, it's entertainment. But it doesn't give you anything in return but mostly heartache. That's what you're guaranteed to get. Bad news and heartache. That's what you're going to get in return. All right. So let's get down to the last part of this. I'm not going to go 4.5 hours tonight. I am hungry, and let's get to the collective card pull now. So Russian Smith says, read Revelation 22, verse 16. This is a pretty interesting topic. Let me ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you that are fans of that book. What do you think would happen to our society if that book never, ever came into existence? What do you think society would look like? You think it would just it would be complete chaos and there wouldn't be any order at all here? Do you think there would be no loving people? Do you think that if the Bible didn't exist, you would just become a maniac and a lunatic and go out there and start killing people and slashing throats and being a thief and a stealer and a murderer? Do you think you would just go all do that if you didn't have that book in existence? I would hope the answer is no. Now, if your answer is no, then that means that book's not necessary. I don't need a book to be a good person, ladies and gentlemen. I just go do it. Just like a lot of you. You go do it. Because you ethically feel that's instinctively your mind saying, this is the kind of person I want to be. Well, what do you think? Okay, so who's running you? The good guy or the bad guy? I'm not going to take away what you want to do in your life. I never would do that. And I'm certainly not, believe me, I'm just being kind of like the contrast here. But I'm just saying, if you ever use logic and critical thinking, if any of these ancient books, any of these texts never ever came into our existence, if there was no ever the story of Jesus, if he never came on the scene, if he never was here, would your life be any different right now? I know a lot of people say, oh, Jesus saved my life. How's that? How? Well, because I put my faith in. Well, if you didn't put your faith in it, do you think you'd just turn out to be a monster? Come on, man. Where's your critical thinking? Where's your critical thinking? What's saving you is your screenplay. It's already predestined. So I'm not going to take away, like somebody says, oh, Jesus saves me. And I say, keep going and do that. Great. And then somebody says, Krishna. And then I would love to take somebody who says, this God saved me, and then put him in the room that says, oh, well, Jesus saved me. And then I would say, okay, well, then you guys figure it out. So I would love to be the fly in the wall. I'd love to be kind of the moderator of that discussion. And then who's got it? Who's got it? They're both going to bring their valid points to the table. And then what you'll realize is Krishna's Christ. Different story, same character. The idea of Jesus means love. That's it. Forget about all the other problems. You ain't going to see me eating no Eucharist. I'm not going to be drinking no wine, passing any wine, looking at bread and doing all those rituals. That's all dark. That's all Kali Yuga foundation activities. I want you to think about that, ladies and gentlemen. If you think that you were born in the dark age, that means that the church is in the dark age, and that means that the rituals that the church tells you to do are dark age rituals. Don't need them. The whole story of Jesus is astrological, it's celestial. That's where they kind of correlated that from. And all it is, ladies and gentlemen, is the sun. Let me just show you one more time, and then I'm going to do this card pull. I'm going to use the yugas again. The sun starts here at the midday, bright. It's daytime. Okay? It's like June or July in the northern hemisphere. The sun is at its prime, it's at its peak. And then it starts to move into the seasons of the fall. And it makes its descent down, and it finally gets down below the ecliptic, and now you have the sun being here. From a celestial point of view, the sun moves into the Kali Yuga stage. It's death stage. It dies. This is the whole story of Jesus dying and being put into the tomb. This is the tomb for the sun. And then they just moved that celestial story into a story of man. And then Jesus rose from the dead, and it ascended back up to the Father. And it got resurrected. The sun resurrects itself. December 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, it rises above the ecliptic from its death stage. And it gets resurrected. And now it goes to heaven. Now it goes to be with the Father. See how beautiful this is, folks? Just in a simple graphic demonstration here. The sun dies every day, cyclically, in your part of the world. It goes from the golden age to the dark age every single day. And then it's the cycles of life do the same thing. Trees have their leaves, and then they go into fall, and the leaves drop, and then the tree becomes bare, and it becomes wintertime. Every season for the places that have the seasons. This is what the sun does, folks. The Son of God, the Son of Man. It's all from the celestial aspect. It's really easy to see this. That's right, Claire, where the sun sets for one, it rises for the other, or comes towards you, whatever you want to believe, flat earth, round earth, whatever. It's all just a story. And all of you are now having DNA activation upgrades because it's time to get the DNA activation upgrades, because we're moving back towards source energy. You're realizing that the material world, just like, you never can get enough. You know, when I did Landmark, if you're somebody who's done Landmark, you went through that course, you realized that you're never going to get happy. You're going to say, well, if I just get married, then I'll be happy. If I just get a wife, I just get a husband, then if I just have a kid, I just want to have one more kid and then I'll get happy. Or if I just get my dream job, I'll get happy. Or if I make $1 million a year, then I'll finally get happy. And what ends up happening is you finally attain that and you'll conform to it. And that shiny new toy, you conform to it, and then it becomes not shiny anymore. And that's what Landmark taught me, is that you get the shiny new toy, and eventually that wears off, and then you're looking for the next fix. Because now you're at $1 million a year, you've conformed to that. That lifestyle doesn't have any appeal anymore, and now you're off to making $2 million. Now $1 million's not enough, because that guy's making $2 million, and I can make $2 million. So why not? Because I'm doing $1 million, I might as well do 2. And now you're chasing the 2 million because $1 million's not enough. It's not good enough for you. That is the mindset of the Kali Yuga, the material world. Is you're never going to get happy with anything outside of you because you're always going to lose the shiny new toy aspect. Always. That's why you're out buying new clothes. That's why you ladies have these walk-in closets with 1 million different sets of clothes. I'm not poking fun of you, ladies. I'm just being real here. Because your 50 pair of jeans, you got to have the next one. Oh, well, I don't have these pairs. I got 50 pairs, but I ain't got this pair. Oh boy, these pair of jeans are the shit, man. Wait till I wear these out tonight. So you buy them. You got 50 pairs, you had to get a pair of 51. Or you got 1 million shoes, but you don't have these shoes. See, so it's never enough, ever. It's never enough, never enough, never enough, never enough. So the whole Landmark thing was so beautiful for me because it was a mind explosion of realizing that you're never going to get happy. You're going to chase happiness. And you'll get it. You'll definitely get it, right? There are bouts of happiness, yes. But the chasing the shiny new toy, it loses its luster. Those of you that have new cars, you felt it. You buy a new car, you get the pride of ownership. You know, you'll buy the new car. This is funny, right? I've seen this with people. They buy a new car, and it's an expensive car, right? Or whatever. It's like their pride and joy. And you get in the car and you got like a coffee. And you're like, oh, no, don't come in here with that. You can't drink that in here. No drinking coffee in my car. Or you can't eat in here. Okay, fine, no problem. And then 6 months later, there's French fries on the floor and there's coffee stains in the coffee holder. What happened? Because the shiny new toy lost its luster. You just don't care as much anymore. No big deal. You ease up on your limits, on your rules. It's so hilarious what we do. We all are guilty of this. You know, I'll give you a perfect example, and I'm going to do this card pull. Perfect example. These right here, these are brand new. These are Ray-Bans. These are my favorite sunglasses, the Aviators. Okay? And I just got these, and I didn't need them. I didn't need these glasses because I have 2 other pairs. The reason why I got them is because I was bored with the other 2. I'm just being straight authentic with all of you. But I didn't need them. I have 2 other pairs, but they lost their luster. And the other reason why is I had bought in 2 pairs, and I left one with my buddy when I went to California, and they were these. So I wanted to replace them. But I didn't need to buy them. But I bought them because I wanted them. My ego wanted them. And because the other 2 pair, they're old. Like, they're not even old, but they lost their luster. And it's like, I got 50 pairs of shoes, but I just don't have these. And now you got to store all the shit. So like, okay, we're going to move into a new place, and I better make sure I get a bigger place because I got more shit. I got more clothes. I got 50,000 pairs of shoes. I only had 40,000 in the last place. Now I got another 10,000, so I need a bigger closet. So you upgrade. And now you're spending more money on your rent to fit your 10,000 shoes you didn't have in the other apartment. You had 40,000, now you got 50,000. I'm exaggerating. But that's life, folks. And that's life. And it's just a joke if you ask me. Because that's what we're programmed to do. Buy, consume, buy, consume. Got to have the new phone. You know, another way I can tell you being authentic, I went to California a month and a half ago. I currently have a Samsung phone. This is the S10e. This phone came out in 2019. I bought it used. It's still super fast. I love it. Works great. When I was in California, I was visiting my buddy. He's got all the bells and whistles. He's a king of diamonds. And he owns that space. Anyway, I'm driving around with him, and he's working while he's driving. He's got Siri, he's got an Apple phone, and he's using Siri, and he's got it hooked up to his Bluetooth, and he's literally just saying, "Hey Siri, email Bob and say this message," and it will repeat it back to him, the message. And then he said, "Send it," and it will send. So he's literally emailing and doing work while he's driving. And I was like really enamored by the whole activity. I was like, man, that's pretty badass. Maybe I need to get an iPhone. And so what did I do? I went to the mall and I bought an iPhone 13 mini. I like the smaller ones. Because I was like, you know what? I get this phone, it's 2019. I mean, I just justified it. I'm like, I deserve a new phone. I justified it. I'm just being authentic with all of you. Justified needing a new phone. I'm like, I deserve to have the new phone, and, I like the whole feature. That'd be kind of cool to use the Siri. I don't even drive. I don't know a car. But I'm like, okay, I could see how I could use this. Well, after a day of fumbling around, because I'm not an Apple guy, right? So after a whole day of fumbling around trying to figure out things, and then I compared the pictures, and to be honest with you, this thing takes way better pictures than the Apple phone did. But irregardless, that was I'm not even big into the photography, but I'm like, it was a noticeable difference. And I'm like, I gotta load all the emails up, and you can't just do a transfer from Android to Android. It was Android to Apple, and it was a pain in the ass. And I'm just like, man, and what am I doing? Do I need this phone? I'm not even going to use the whole email thing that my buddy was using. So what did I do while I was in LA? Guess what I did? I returned it. I didn't need it. And then I gave thanks and gratitude to whatever created this reality of me, because I'm like, to me it was like, this is good enough. This thing's not dead. This thing's awesome. Just as good, if not better. And I went back to my Android. And it was really a sigh of relief, because I had thought about, geez, you know how much work I got to put into converting my photos. And like, you know, what's great about this phone is it has a micro SD I can pull out. I can put this is expandable. I can put a 512 megabyte in here. Well, the Apple, you can't do that. So I literally have to plug the damn thing in to transfer my music, to transfer the photos. And I was thinking about all this stuff, and I'm just like, man, is it really worth it just to say I got a new phone? So I was consciously aware, and I'm like, I don't need it. So I returned the damn thing. Returned it. So it's not that I don't like Apple. I mean, I have a Mac. I have all Apple products. I have an iPad. I have a Mac Mini. I have a MacBook. It's old. My MacBook's like 2017. But it's still going strong. So I got both, but the whole story that I wanted to give you, ladies and gentlemen, being authentic, telling you, like, the next time you're ready to upgrade your life and buy something that's new, just really ask yourself, do you really need it? Or do you really want it? That's how it was for me. And you'll see when you get consciously in the now moment of your life, you're going to start to see your wants and your needs. You'll start to see it, and that's leveling up, because you're now consciously aware of your reality instead of just being oblivious to it. Because life sucks you in. That's what life's job is. Life is designed to suck you dry. And remembering that you're in this stage of life that is where materialism rules. I feel like we're moving away from that, though. But just remember that you're born into a reality. Everybody here, you're born in the Piscean age, so it seems. You're born into an age of darkness. You're born into an age of where materialism rules. And you just got to have the new stuff. If you look at the technology and the ways it's advanced, you know, like from cell phones. You remember the first time the technology came out and says you can talk to yourself, you can talk to somebody video to video. I was like, oh my God, I can't wait for that feature to come out. I remembered this many, many years ago. FaceTime came out, and then you had, you know, Google, and then everybody started doing it. Before this, it was pagers. Before pagers, it was rotary phones on the wall with long-ass cords to walk around your kitchen. Before that, you had to call an operator to get you plugged into whoever you wanted to reach. And then before the telephone, man, it was just telegrams and letters. How slow of a life that was all the way back in the days of when there was no cell phones. And you had to send a telegram or a letter to somebody to reach them, and it took weeks, sometimes months, to get to the person, to get them your message. Time was so slow back then. And there was not as many distractions. So now we have all these distractions. And they're being, you know, now we have all this infiltration of information sprinkled in there, like all these distractions. But when you're consciously aware of the now moment, and you're like, you know what, I'm not going to be distracted, you then can look at and use this technology. 20 years ago, you couldn't just pick up a phone and say, who sang that song, and look it up and instantly figure out the artist. You can Shazam it. 20 years ago, you're driving in a car and your friends are like, oh, the radio comes on, like, who sings this song? Well, you don't have a cell phone to call the radio to say, hey, who's singing that song? You don't have the ability to grab your phone and look up who's singing the song. Now you have this thing instantly attaches to pretty much anything you want to look up. Is that a liability or is that an asset in life? If you compare that to 20 years ago, 30 years ago, this thing becomes an asset. But then it becomes a liability because everybody's like this. This is what you see people doing, staring down at their phones. And now there's people becoming, health conditions are becoming with the neck issues. People are have cell phone neck, starting to get arthritis of the neck because their head, which weighs about 10 pounds, they're looking down at their cell phones all the time. So it becomes a liability. Everything in this reality is an asset and a liability, folks. So to me, life is amazing. Life is beautiful. And when you look at life and you realize that everything in life has a liability and an asset attached to it, you then can make a more conscious decision on which one you want to entertain. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so let's get into the collective card pull. I've shuffled these things a lot of times. Thanks, everybody, for all your... Whoops, something popped out. What was that? 2 of Pentacles, 2 of Diamonds. Okay. So I'll make this really easy tonight. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thanks for listening to my rants. Thanks for the support on this channel all these years. Thank you for coming over to the other channels. Jordan, Jason from Archaics, Santos, wherever you found me from. A big shout out to whoever you found me from. Mel, the boys from London, Tommy Truthful, Donut, wherever you found me from, big shout out to them. It's a collaborative effort here. So I'm a fan of life, folks. As hard as it gets, as challenging as it gets, I can say I am a fan of life. I love life. And as I say, how do you make lemonade out of life? Through these challenging times. Well, again, I feel one of the requisites is to turn off the mainstream. Because it's not a distraction anymore. You're not going to die. You're still going to hear it from people. You're still going to get it from people. But the advantage of turning it off consciously is you get to turn that energy into something that will produce fruit. You don't get fruit from the mainstream. You get rotten fruit. Okay? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to let you know, since you have a pretty big group of people here, I will be attending the Archaics live event. It's being held in Orange County, California. So it's in between Los Angeles and San Diego. Initially, I was told it was San Diego. That is not true. It is in Orange County, which is in between San Diego and Los Angeles. Let me just show you, those of you that don't know the area. I'm going to show you the airport. And I will be here with Jason from Archaics, with Max Egan, who I have not met. But here's Los Angeles. Here's San Diego. We are going to be somewhere in this area right here. John Wayne Airport is the airport that services Orange County, and I don't have an exact location. I was told there was a location, but I'm not going to say which one it is because I don't know if it's for sure. But I do know that the location supposedly is 10 minutes from here. Okay, right off the 405, the 405 and 5, you easy access. So if you're somebody who wants to attend this get-together, I know I don't even know if it's sold out. I don't know. I think he said there's 300 tickets that are being sold. And I know that it's a whole day event. So I will have a booth there. So Jason says I have an hour to speak or 45 minutes to speak. I haven't figured out what topic I'm going to talk about yet. And then after the time that I spend speaking, I'm going to be out in the area where there's going to be booths. There'll be people that are, healers and people that are tarot readers, I'm sure, and like-minded people. And I'll probably be doing tarot card readings there. I'm going to have a little booth. We have a very small space, and I invited Donut to come and join me at my table. He said he's coming. So I invited him exclusively to come sit at my table and share space with me. I haven't met him in person, but I think he's a really cool dude. He's a queen of clubs. And I think we're going to just hit it off and have fun. So he's going to be sharing my table with me. So if you want to come out and meet Donut or myself or Jason or Max Egan or whoever else is going to be there, I know there's some other names that they haven't mentioned yet, supposedly, that are going to be at this event. When is it going to be held? October 21st, which is a Saturday. All day from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., I think it is. So if you want to come out, check out the live, see the material live, come sit at the table and shake hands and get photos and whatever else the hell we're going to do. Have fun. These are events that I really, really enjoy because, I spend so much time alone by myself. So that's a big shout out to Jason from Archaics for putting this on, inviting me. I look forward to meeting him and company. Martin from London, from England, and a few other people that they got coming over. So this will be fun. All right. I already asked Jordan. I already asked Santos. Those are no-go. Jordan is not anywhere near Orange County, and Santos is still kind of in hermit mode, so. So if you want to go, you can get a ticket. The tickets are $99 if they're still available. I don't have the link. I know that Pamela's got the link. Okay, let me pin it to the top. So I've taken the message from Pamela and I've pinned it at the top. It is an Eventbrite.com website. It's all the way at the top in the top of the chat. If you want to go, their tickets are $99. They're $138, of course, the $138 at the door. But I don't think there's going to be any available at the door. I think they're going to be sold out. But it'll be a really fun time to meet some of you that I haven't met. It's always good to meet people in person, of course. I thrive in social circles, so it'll be a lot of fun. What's up, Maya? Yeah, Santos did a post and he said that him and Daniel are recreating the Syncretism Society. It's going to be all free. I don't know anything about it. He hasn't told me anything about it. I'm just regurgitating a post that he had put out on his social media, I think, that I saw. So I don't know what that means. So that's all I got for you. Yeah, Martin Ledkey from London. Nessie 008. Jeff Weaver saying, what does Jordan look like? He looks like Jesus. I'm not joking. When I got to meet him, I didn't know what to expect, you know. Picked him up from the airport. He came here to Mexico, picked him up in Cancun. He found me, and he had a hat on, so I didn't see it. But when we went out to dinner that night, he's got long hair, and he had like this amber light behind him, of course, and it hit me. He's got like, you know, a beard, and I'm like, holy shit, dude, you look like Jesus. So funny, man. So that's kind of like my joke. But it's a fun one, right? And he was born on March the 16th, which is 3:16. And you know the famous scripture, John 3:16. It's just so funny, man. His life's so scripted. So funny. So that's what he looks like. Best I can describe it to you. Okay. Oh, he's a Jedi for sure. For sure. He's a special one. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the collective card pull. You know how this rolls. If you're new here, you don't know how it rolls, we're just going to collect. We're going to randomly pick some cards here. We're going to ask the tarot and shuffling these things like crazy on what we have to look forward to moving forward. I don't know how far into the future these will extend. These cards typically pick up on now energy. I like to read now energy. That way, you know, we're really not kind of predicting or forecasting anything at all. Although, you know, you hear me talk about this. The last few times that I've done these collective card pulls, the message has been very consistent, and that message is DNA activation upgrades, which is why you now probably hear me sound like a broken record saying of DNA activation upgrades. This is kind of the new terminology that I'm using, and I do that with readings. When I do a reading for you, you will hear me say that. Because the whole reason why you want to get a personal reading is because you want to have some change in your life. That is one main staple reason why people get readings. They're looking for some change in their life. They're looking for some clarification in their life. And they get it. Because once you start to see all the magic in the charts, it's easy. It's easy. But then the challenging part, ladies and gentlemen, is owning it. It's easy to see it and say, oh yeah, but then change, because a lot of you have to change the way you think. You have to change your habits. And that sometimes is not so easy. Because habits are conformed to certain ways of your life, and then you have to change those, and sometimes it can be a little challenging. So, all right, so let's do this. I already shuffled these a million times. I'm going to just place my fingers. This is how I kind of do it. I kind of just roll my fingers over the cards, slide my fingernail into one of these cards, and pull one out. So the very first card for the very first message for this collective card reading here, for as a species, as a society, where are we going collectively? Where are we going as a society, ladies and gentlemen? So here we go. First card of the night is the Magic Wand. So we have card number 22 or 23. If you watched my Hollywood Decoded, you would have seen this card. This card right here is one of the cards of Hollywood. Notice in the hand what it's holding. It is the Harry Potter wand. It is Abracadabra. This is the card of magic. This is the card of Abracadabra. So that's the starting point for this collective card reading. We have new magic. New magic coming in. It's the Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands is the Ace of Clubs, which is card 14, tied to time and God. It's also paired with the Two of Hearts, which is the companion, and the card I showed you on being tied to your doppelganger, if you were paying attention earlier on. The second card to complement this Ace of Wands, to get more of a clarification on what this means of our society moving forward into this reality, the Ace of Wands gets companion with the Page of Wands. Interesting. So we get card number 32 or 33. Yes, this card is tied to that notorious, that infamous number 33. The number 33 has nothing to do with any secret society, by the way. Absolutely nothing to do with them. Yes, the secret societies show it, but they are being used to show it. And then what does the 33 mean? That's the big question. And it means a lot of things. But, of course, this right here, it's tied to the Page of Wands, and the words free will. Free will in numerology equals 33. Just like the word imagination. Imagination equals 33. Free will and imagination in Chaldean numerology come out to the number 33, and they're tied now to the Page of Wands. Now, what does this page mean? Well, the page is like the prince or princess, and it wants to go on an adventure. It wants to go on an adventure. It wants to go seek out things. That's why it has the one wand in its hand, because it's going on an adventure. So this is the card of adventure. So it's interesting because the first two cards that we've picked so far contain a wand each. Okay? They each contain a wand. One is the hand, the other one is the individual. Card 22, 23, card 32, 33. So they're like palindrome numbers or permutations. Well, let's keep going. Ace of Wands, Page of Wands. We have abracadabra, and then going on a journey and being tied to your imagination and your free will. Card number 3 for this lineage of cards, for this collective card pull, Source Energy, the third card to come out of the deck is the Strength card. We now have a major arcana card here, and the Strength card, this card right here, sits in the house of Scorpio. This is a Scorpio card. Scorpio owns this card. Scorpio is the 8th zodiac sign. The number 8 is a number of power. The number 8 is 2 zeros coming together. The number 8, when you look at it through the numbers, you do not, there are only 2 numbers where you have to take, if you're drawing on a piece of paper, if you're drawing numbers, there are only technically 3 numbers, or I'm sorry, 2 numbers where you don't have a break in the number. 0 and 8. All the other numbers have a break in them. Now, you definitely can say that the 1 being just a straight line down, but sometimes it moves off to the left or to the right. So there's kind of a break in the 1. But the 0 is, there's no break in the 0, and there is no break in the 8. There's a break in the 6, the 7, the 5, the 4, the 3, the 2, the number 9. They all have breaks in them. So the Strength card has no breaks. It's a card of power, and it's a Scorpio card. And the ruler is Pluto and Mars. Okay, so we now have imagination, abracadabra and magic. We have going on an adventure and free will, and now we have strength. We have Scorpio energy here, which obviously can allude to the occult and mysticism and, hidden things, etc., etc. But let's now get the 4th card to continue on here to see what this message is all about. So the fourth card to pull in the lineages of these cards. Let's see what we got here. We now have 3 wands now. So these are all mind. These are all mind suits. We have the 9 of wands. The wounded warrior. This card right here is tied to November 11th. The 11/11 day on the calendar, it's this card right here. Leonardo DiCaprio was born on November 11th. Leonardo DiCaprio is Leo. Okay, this is referencing the sun. It's the wounded warrior. This is card number 31 or 30. 31 being tied to the word absolute. 31 being the longitude of the Great Pyramid of Giza, which is tied to pi. Pi is earth, the perfect circle. So we have the wounded warrior, another wand now. We have 3 wands here after strength. So we're getting somewhere. I don't know how to interpret this just yet, but we're getting somewhere. Let's keep going. Let's get the 5th card now. 4 cards down. Not sure how many we're going to do, but let's see what else. What's the other message we got here? Moving forward for society here. The 5th card to pull. We now have the 10 of Pentacles, which is the 10 of Diamonds. 10 of Diamonds being card 36, tied to the word operating. This is card number 73 or 74. You're on television. This is one of those tied to it. And then this is 74, which is tied to the wolf, tungsten. Alchemy this is feed the wolf. So in the cards of illumination, this is the 10 of Diamonds, which is card 36. The word operating as an operating system equals 36. And then you convert this to the tarot, it becomes card 73 or 74. The operating system is the television screen, which is Earth, and it's 74, and 74 is the wolf, and you feed the wolf. So it seems like we have a new perspective of the game coming in after the wounded warrior. So there's a lot of adventure here. There's a lot of new magic coming in here. And being able to use, now, ladies and gentlemen, you have the card of free will here. Now, if you're somebody who believes in free will, if you're like, yeah, I have free will, great. What are you doing with it? Are you fighting the system that you're never going to beat? Are you just giving away your prana? Is that what you're using with your free will? Or are you creating something with it? What kind of adventure are you going on? Because you got the 2 wands side by side here telling you it's time to go create some magic and use your energy wisely. You got Scorpio energy here in strength. And in the 4th position, you got the wounded warrior, which this card represents extreme intelligence because it's been in a lot of battles. Tied to the word absolute, 31. And then we now have the 5th card, which is the 10 of Pentacles, card 73 or card 74, tied to the wolf. Now, when this card comes in, classically, it's like, oh man, there's some fortunate blessings coming in here for you. But we're a little premature on that, so let's keep going. We got 5 cards. Let's pull card number 6. Card 6. We get the Page of Swords. Card 60 or card 61. Tied to Prometheus. Wow, interesting. We have the Great Pyramid of Giza's latitude, longitude here. But the Page of Swords is a card of the writer. Another page, another prince or princess. This card typically means the writer, like an intellectual individual ready to write the story. We have the story writer here now. So we have magic at the beginning and abracadabra, wanting to go out and using free will to go on some adventures, having plenty of strength to do it. Along the way, you're going to be this wounded warrior, but at the very end of it, you're going to have everything you wanted with this 10 of Diamonds, this 10 of Pentacles, and you're writing the story in the 6th position. The 6th position, obviously... Hang on, I just dropped the card. Okay. The Page of Swords being the writer, right? In the 6th position here. Still trying to get this interpretation. Let's get another card here. Okay, 7th card. I think we'll cap it at 7. 7th card. Bam! So we got the Lovers card. Card number 6. So we end it with Carbon. This card right here, straight up is a Virgo card. No, straight up it's not a Gemini card. It can be tied to Gemini because Gemini has the 6th nakshatra called Ardra. This is the 6th card. Gemini is the 3rd zodiac sign. So the 3rd zodiac sign is linked to the Empress. But Gemini has the 6th nakshatra, so this can fit into the sign of Gemini. But straight up, this is a Virgo card. The Lovers is a Virgo energy. Straight up. The last day of creation in Judeo-Christianity is day number 6. What do you see on that card? Adam and Eve. The first perfect number in mathematics is 6. The 6th element on the periodic table is carbon, which is what all of us make up, the beast. 666. In Chinese, Virgo is the snake, which tempted tempted Eve. Chinese links right up to Virgo, and Virgo is the 6th sign, and the snake is 6, and 6 and serpent and snake. See all these coincidences that are not coincidences? So what does this mean? This is Ken and Barbie too, by the way. Remembering Ken and Barbie, Ken equals 12, Barbie equals 13 in numerology, and there is carbon 12 and there is carbon 13. So here is Ken and Barbie. Right from the Barbie dolls. Go watch my Barbie Decoded. Ken is 12, Barbie is 13, carbon 12, carbon 13. Right there. Synchronizing alchemy and the tarot and numerology and astrology. Virgo. Virgo is the virgin. It's got the fish on there as its logo. That's why Jesus was born of a virgin and he was a fisher of men across the way as Pisces. So what we have here now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 7 cards and we cap it at Virgo. We cap it as the writer of the game. This would be the 3rd eye position. And we now have what seemingly looks like a brand new you. It seems like there's a brand new you coming. What do I mean by that? Well, can you feel it in the air, ladies and gentlemen? You know, the personal readings that I've been doing, there's been a consistent opinion floating around, not by me, but by the people I do the readings for. And it's just like, they've been saying like, I can feel I can feel it. I can feel it coming. Can you feel it? Well, what do you feel? Well, something's being written. So the writer, intellectually, and this is the 3rd eye position right here with the Page of Swords. And the end result at the crown position in 7 is the Lovers card, which is a card of carbon. So it looks like there's a new set of magic coming in. This has been very consistent, by the way. New magic, new magic, new magic, new abracadabra. But I clearly, when it pertains to your life, what are you going to do with it? 2 representing your sacral and your procreation and your sex magic, you know? A lot of you probably should be transmuting your mojo instead of chasing ass. You should probably transmute that. Because in the 5th house, which is your mojo house, 5th house is sex and creativity and manifestations. You got the 10 of Pentacles here. which is like the ultimate desire here. But what is it that you ultimately desire in your life? Well, you're writing it with the Page of Swords in your third eye position. What is that story going to be? Watch my what's your story? What is your story? So ladies and gentlemen, what do you want to be when you grow up? I know some of you say, well, I'm already grown up, and I'm going to tell you, no, you're not. A lot of you are still living like a kid. You're living through the habitual programming of being a child. The value of decoding yourself, and I'm not doing this to promote a reading. I'm saying is go watch my How to Decode Yourself. That video is an hour of pricelessness because you can start to see what it is that you want to write in this reality. And you can, at the very end, you have the Lover's card. So it's clearly saying there's new carbon coming out on the other end of this. There's new carbon coming out on this. Some of you, I mean, we could be looking at, you're talking about the fifth house of astrology, Leo, the sun, spirit into matter. You're looking at, the full Monty here. You're looking at the fullest expression of finances and money. That this could be, those of you that are, have stocks in cryptocurrency and all that kind of stuff. And if this is where we're going, this could be cashing in with this crypto stuff. It also could, seemingly be a crash coming. You definitely have the potential here, even because you get the wounded warrior here right next to that. And it could be just to brace yourself. To brace yourself. To brace yourself for something that could financially be a disaster coming in. And then having to rewrite. To withstand. Which is why we've had this one in the heart space. House number 4. Preparing yourself, having no attachments. The question I would ask some of you, if you have a lot of crypto, what if you lost it tomorrow and never got it back? How would that make you feel? I know some of you would get very angry. So the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just here to suggest, right? I'm not going to tell you how to feel. But if you lose all your crypto tomorrow and you would get angry about that, you haven't mastered that part of your life yet. As we move away from the age of materialism, those things of reacting towards losing these things will be left in the distance. We're moving towards the age of healing, folks. I mean, I think a lot of us have to heal physically. Getting old. I'm going to be 51 in February. I got 6 months and 5 months, and I'm not the same way I was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I felt immortal. Well, I mean, I've taken care of myself my whole life, but I still have a lot of miles on this body. And stuff breaks and stuff starts to wear down. And at this stage of the game, for me personally, I've realized that, what's the most important thing for me? My health. My health is the most important luxury in my life. Because when I'm feeling great, I'm at my best with creating things. When I'm sick and I'm feeling like the wounded warrior, or I'm not 100%, or I got to pay attention to this and that, it takes away from me being creative. Let's get one more card for clarification on all these 7 cards here, just to get a little bit more insight as to what this whole message might mean. One more card for the overall. Last card. So we got the Seven of Wands. This card right here is card number 27 or 28. In the cards of illumination, this is the card of duality. Because the Seven of Clubs is card 20, and the word duality equals 20. The word birthday equals 20. 20 is calcium, which is where your bones and teeth are going to come into play. This card is defending what matters. Now, take out the word defending. Standing in what matters most to you. The overall message here, we have some magic, we have some free will. What are you going to do with those areas of energy? Are you just going to frivolously give them away to the mainstream? What are you paying attention to this week coming forward? What messages are you sharing with those on your social circles? What kind of information are you sharing? Are you sharing mainstream stuff? If you're sharing mainstream stuff, you're marketing their stuff for free and you're not getting paid for it. Start to look, I would suggest looking at it that way. The next time you post something on your social media, you're creating magic. And this is saying you're using it by going on adventures. This is the card of free will. So if you have any free will, take a step back and say, what I'm about to share, is this going to be for the benefit of mankind? Is it going to build a utopia? Now, I know a lot of you say, yeah, I got to share this because I got to tell this to people because they got to know. But you see, ladies and gentlemen, it's a lost cause because the majority of people in this world are not at the level of your consciousness. So what they will do with what you share of information, they will not do the same thing you will do with it. They will end up turning it into a negative, and they will feed that machine. So it's a lost cause. I'm going on averages here. But clearly the card of power, the card of the power, which is the 8th card, 8 means power, is about standing in your truth. Now, this is classically, tarot reader's going to say this is defending what matters. Because, yeah, you look at the person there. He's like, don't come here. No, but we got to make an asset out of this instead of a liability. And the liability for this card is defending. Defending is the worst thing you can do. Yes, you want to make your stand. So a lot of you, I got a lot of pressure from people years ago of like not doing that thing that a lot of people did. I'm not going to mention it. You know what I'm talking about. And I had said to these people, by me just saying no, that's me taking my stand and owning the space of what I believe in. I'm not going to do it. No, the answer is no. Why do I have to go above and beyond that? No is my answer. I don't need to go beyond that. There's no defense with that's my offense. No is my offense. I'm not going to take that. That's my offense. I don't need to protect that offense. I don't need to try to defend it. That's my offense. Those are my points that I put on my board. That's my touchdown. I'm not doing that. So when we make this into an asset, we realize that, see, your truth is the only truth that matters here. And that's your power. This is in the power position. And this is you being a human being. And you standing up for your life is just simply living your life. You don't need to defend your life. You don't need to go try to defend it. The writer's here. What's your story? Imagine that cameras are following you around and you're in a reality TV show. You think people are going to tune in to it? Maybe not. Maybe it's kind of boring, but that's not a bad thing. Like my life, like would people be tuning into my reality show? I doubt it because I'm a researcher. Like you'd be just sitting there watching me decode it. Unless you're into that kind of stuff. But most people want action. They want drama. They want something their emotions can get tied to. But this is the writer. So you have the writer here. You have the 10 of Pentacles here in the 5th position of manifestations. And I would clearly say, what does luxury look like to you? What does financial freedom look like to you? Are you defining these layers in life? Because you got the writer here. collectively, we have the writer tied to financial freedom. What does that look like to you? Some of you would be well suited to define that. What does financial freedom mean to you and your family? How much does that look like every month? Are you doing what you love doing, where it's not work? You know, my good friend, I have a good friend named Tasha. She's a videographer. She is the best at what she does, in my opinion. She's got like 1,000 seminars under her belt, filming, editing. And every time she shows up, man, she's like this burst of energy. She's always happy, smiling. 3 hours of sleep, just like flying around the room, taking pictures, and loves doing it. And we've had this conversation many, many years ago about we don't work anymore. We create. We get to be this page of swords. We get to just create. I don't work anymore. What I do is not work. Work is a drag. Work is like that word. Now, some of you use it. That's fine. That's your vocabulary. But do you love what you do? That's the question. And if the answer is no, then at least you know that's the answer. At least you're consciously aware of, I am not in my power right now. You got to go find it. The very first card we pulled says it all. I didn't even need to pull anything beyond that. Abracadabra. This is Hollywood. This is the Hollywood card. Now, we may have, this could say the movie's going to be changing here. You could say the Page of Swords is we got a brand new screenplay coming in. This has been consistent with these readings, by the way. And we know that because change is inevitable. Be open to everything. Be attached to nothing. Disappointment is an energy exchange. How do you become non-disappointed? Non-attachment. If you lose something gets stolen from you, typically you're going to have an emotional reaction to that. Can you not have an emotional reaction to that? See, this is all about creation through magic right here. The Ace of Wands. Abracadabra. And then you go out and you move into action. And now it's, what do you want to create? You're creating through a lot of strength. Using your insight in your mind. This is a Scorpio card, so now you're using some Mars and Pluto energy. Mars is like the fuse, the lighting the fuse, and Pluto is the explosion. And we got this in the third position here, representing kind of the mind, if you will. Creation, your creation. Safeguard your hearts. This is in here as well. Safeguard your heart. What does that mean? What does safeguarding your heart mean? Not letting anything in that will interfere with the way you feel. Not being reactory to the world stage. If you can't turn on the mainstream and not react to it, you haven't mastered that part yet. You haven't overcome that area of your life yet. It's kind of like somebody who can't drink. They were an alcoholic and they just can't step foot in a bar. So they don't do that. Because they know if they step foot in a bar, the chances of them having a drink is very high. So they don't do that. They know not to go near the bar. Well, some of you have to take that same exact set of circumstances and place it in your realm of your life and the mainstream. Some of you, if you turn the mainstream on, you're going to have an emotional reaction to it. So why would you subjugate yourself to it? Safeguard your heart. So these are layers to be consciously aware of your entire surroundings. And for me, it's just like turning on the mainstream is a waste of time. It's a waste of your time. Spend your time elsewhere. Put the things into your reality that are going to be more important. Where are the fruits of your labor? This is in the 5th house, the fruits of your labor. Where are your payoffs? It's time to get your payday, folks. It's time to get your payday. What does your payday look like? Some of you should do vision boards. You know, every reading I do, personally, I recommend to every single person, at the very end of the reading, I go through the vision board and the whole protocol on how to do it, on how I feel it works. Because they work. And you would say, well, if it's scripted, what does it matter? Because it's scripted for you to do the vision board. That'd be my answer. If you do a vision board, it was scripted in your life to do the vision board. Final answer. If you're not going to do one, then it's not in your screenplay. Right now, you could bring in the aspects of free will, for sure. But just leave all that out the window. Some of you would really benefit from doing a vision board. If you got kids, you definitely should be doing vision boards with your kids. Are you kidding me? Kids, man, your child could save the world one day. Don't ever forget that. So what are the fruits of your labor? 10 of Pentacles. Very, 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 very powerful card here in the 5th position, which is tied to manifestation, variety, change. Some of you need to make some changes in your life, but you don't want to because you're afraid. Well, this is telling you to take the chance. If it's been gnawing at you, and itching at you, what if? Why don't you check, then that's your higher self telling you to get your ass moving. So 5, the 5 is what's going to get you to your highest standards of life. What's going to give you your financial freedom? Do your vision boards. What does your life look like a year from now? What do you want it to look like? And then in the 6th position, which is the 3rd eye, right? 6 being your family. For those of you that have families, you got to be the writer. This is the curious intellectual writer here. This is Prometheus too, by the way. Prometheus being tied to fire, knowledge, wisdom. This is tied to light, fire, light. 6 being tied to your body as well, carbon. Okay? But ladies and gentlemen, what's important to you on this journey? It's time to draw your line in the sand and figure out what's important for you. What's important for your family. What do you really want to do? You know, I've postulated this for myself personally many times. My whole career at this point utilizes pretty much the computer and the internet. And I thought to myself, what if I just got robbed and I didn't have enough money to buy another computer, or the internet just completely went out and I couldn't use it anymore? What would I do? Would I freak out? No, I wouldn't freak out. I'm a creator. And I already have things for my backup plan if this plan doesn't work. I already know what I'm going to do. And I'll love every minute of it. Because I could easily drop what I'm doing now and go do those things and be waking up every day and saying I'm in love with my life. Despite the challenges, despite the aches and pains of getting old, despite the turmoil around me and the turbulence around me and the things in life that people don't like. Because even if they exist, I still have my existence and I get to be the creator, and so don't you. Okay? Let me just add these up just for one kind of last message. 258, 264. Let's see what I can get here. Hang on. Okay, I'm not really seeing any messages with the numbers 264, but that is, I mean, it can go so many different ways. It's not a definitive here, but the main standout here is to create your life through magic, stand firm and safeguard your heart on the things that matters most to you, and start to write your life. Some of you are waiting for things to happen and then you're going to react to them. Think about that. Some of you are waiting for things to collapse. Some of you are waiting for certain things to happen on the world stage because you're paying attention to the mainstream and that's dictating your life. Versus turning it off and just saying, I'm going to go create. I'm going to go write my life right now. Because what matters to me most is my life. So if you're somebody who is waiting for something to happen so you can make your move, ask yourself, is that the best way for you to move forward? I used to be that way. I used to be somebody who I would look and they would make their move, I would make mine. It's not a fun way to live. So when you turn it off, you just get to make your move, despite what they're doing. It's always them. Not anymore. It's me. It's those closest to me. It's you. It's the decoding family. You know, I do this. Yeah, I get satisfaction from doing this, but I do it because not only is it my job, but I help people and I get off on it. I get a payoff for helping people. It's a really wonderful reward. And no one's going to stop me from doing that, despite the turmoil around me, the challenges around me. I'm going to do it until I can't do it anymore or my mission changes. So if you can't wake up every day, ladies and gentlemen, and say, I can't wait to start my day today, well, then maybe you should ask yourself what would put you in that position where you could say, yeah, man, freaking today's going to be an amazing day. Tomorrow's going to be an amazing day. I'm going to make an amazing day. How do we get you in that state of mind? That's the question. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that's it. That's a wrap for What's Your Question 65. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I really appreciate all your love and support. Again, a big shout out to all my Patreons. If you want to support this channel and you like what I'm doing here and you resonate, and I do have some exclusives. I have some perks over at the Patreon channel. I have videos on there, decodes on there that I do not have on the YouTube channel. I've been doing this for free for almost 5 years. So yeah, some of it's moved over to the Patreon to support this mission moving forward, to grow it, to get it bigger. So if you want to support this channel, I greatly appreciate it. So you can head over to the Patreon. I will leave that in the, I'll do it right now if you want to add it, because there's some stuff on there. See if I can pull it up real quick. Okay, here it is. And there you go. So if you want to support this, if you want to get some exclusive material, next week for my Patreons, next Saturday, I have a exclusive live Zoom with all my members. It's just all for my Patreons only. And some of the perks, you're going to be able to interact and, do this a little bit more intimately. And you'll be able to come on there, voice your opinion, talk. You don't have to show up on camera. These are some of the perks. And some exclusive content on the Patreon that you're not going to get on the public channel. So, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate each and every one of you sending out a ton of love. Grab your vintage human t-shirts. I gave that on the CosmicSugar.store. I got hats. I got mugs, t-shirts. I got, quite a bit of merchandise on there. They're all high quality t-shirts. They pretty much ship anywhere in the world, so it's pretty quick to get the shirts, the mugs, the hats, the whole 9 yards. So if you want to support that way, you can. I got some cool memes on there. They're all high quality shirts. So I stand by those. I own them all. So I know exactly the material and everything else that you will get. And I bet if somebody was on here, they could tell you how good the material is and all the products. They're all good stuff, and they're very, very reasonably priced. So if you want to support the channel that way, you can. You can start to wear some of these memes, being a vintage human. These are kind of cool things to take into consideration. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I just got to pick a song for the end of this. What do I want to pick here? All right, I guess we're going to leave it off with the great band. Since I highlighted them tonight, the great band, the Scorpions, and their song called The Zoo, which is what you're in. You're in the damn zoo, man. How does it feel? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. What's your question 65? Until next time, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you later.